Sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen. Sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen. Sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen. Sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine. From a silver screen, sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen, sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen, sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen.
What up, Bandidos? We are live. Can you believe it? It is Friday, TGIF, September 20th. Yep. And we're here to talk shop, man. We are here to talk shop. Let me turn off that little clock. About all the division changes, I want to get you guys' feedback on it. Download a little bit of mine. I have a video. More videos coming on the subject. We have so much to talk about, don't we?
Trying to dig their way out. I'm home like an attack dog. How late you wanna stay out? It's past your curfew when it's dark. I'm searching for you in the park. Shady murdered him, another person. He just hit his mark. He met his quota for the month. They found the coda all rolled up inside a bag. He probably dragged the body for about a block. And here we go.
So much to talk about. So much to talk about. So I'm sure you guys, some of you are up to speed, hopefully. If not, let me drop some links on what is going on. Here's the wrap-up video just dropped there on basically the new stuff, the Seasons 2.0 stuff. That's what that is. But there's so much more we're getting this season that was actually not on the community's watch list. And basically, that's the rebalancing of the game. Again, because they just did this in Project Resolve, which was, is that just one season ago? Wasn't it? Wasn't it between, I can't remember, maybe it was 2 seasons ago, but it was not that long ago. We just did that. And they're doing it again. And, you know, some of that is because of these modifiers that are coming in. And so they're making considerations, but they're not. They're not. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is the not part. we're gonna wrap it all up, and I need you guys' thoughts. I'm gonna be taking notes throughout the stream. We're not just gonna be talking about that. We're gonna be making builds and farming that pistol, the new pistol, the harvest, and then creating a build for that. So that's what's up. What up, Squad? 34 months. He's OG. Respect, brother. Squad in the house. What up, Marky Mark? Good to see you, man. But on a high level, I'm excited. You know, I am. I'm looking forward to Seasons 2.0. I am. I mean, this was the worst season we've ever had in the Division 2. That's my opinion. But, and it's not just from the seasonal characters, you know, hammer to the player base, we'll call it, because, you know, that seasonal character thing, we lost a lot of players because of that. You know, so just a lot of people, just in waves, right, are kind of get to their wits end with these developers, with massive studios specifically, not Ubisoft. It's massive studios, and it's the way that they handle the community. Nice enough people. It's nothing personal on any one individual. It's not Yannick or Daria or anybody else back there. It's just that studio's culture and how they deal with this, and it's bad. I mean, it's bad, and we've always known that. Chevy OG, 29 months too. Wow, shout out, man. Appreciate you, my Canadian brother, Chevito the Bandito. So, like, it's crazy, man. I don't know. It's just like, I mean, the more you get out there, you know, and experience other games, the more you realize it, you know. And I've always realized it. It's always been a topic on this channel. It's something that's bothered me for many, many years, really. But I think recently, as I've been spending more hours in other games, it's just become grossly more frustrating. I mean, apparent. It's always been apparent. It's just more frustrating to me because I'm out here saying these other games. I think X-Defiant was the first one that did it, which is a Ubisoft title also, right? And was originally a Tom Clancy concept, but they took the Tom Clancy title out of it. That's a first-person shooter, free to play. And it was, the devs' attitudes there are completely different. And so I was like, wait a second. It's not a Ubisoft thing. It's a massive thing. It's a studio thing because, you know, these guys, I think, are operating out of, I think, multiple locations. X-Defiant is, but primarily out of San Francisco. But I think they're also in Montreal and I want to say North Carolina. I think their devs are all over the place, just, you know, how it works. But so massive studios is just, they just handle their community differently, where, you know, Mark over there, Mark Rubin, is just keeps it. I mean, man, he's in the trenches with the community and just handling even the smallest tweets, you know, but keeping the community constantly updated. And they're struggling, you know, and they're struggling. He can't obviously continue to do that. Somebody's got to manage that for him too. Others got to jump in, but it's nice. It's nice. And then the first Descendant has been a lot like that. Big discussions, of course, around that, but it's really refreshing. I haven't seen anything like that. You know, I haven't. And, you know, the other games, you know, Avatar, didn't really see much communication on that from Ubisoft. I was playing Stargate for a while and they were really intermittent, much more communicative than Massive, but not as much as these other titles. And so, you know, it's hit or miss. It's gonna be hit or miss between games and studios. But I just really like when they recognize that the player is what's most important. You know, launch your game with your concepts and whatever limited feedback you have, and then put your ear to the ground and listen to what the community is saying. It's not about right or wrong. It's not, you know, it's, but there's data there, right? Crunch that data and, and then adjust for it. And so that's the biggest problem with what's going on currently. Okay, so but we're gonna get into more of that. Let's put a bookmark in it for a moment, and let's get the gameplay content rolling, and then we'll start talking about that stuff. But okay, let's see, where are we? So I want to finish this project because that's going to unlock this weapon. So we need to complete activities in Judiciary Square, so that's where we left off. And then I think I want to put on probably my XP farm build. Oops, sorry. Let's see, how do we do that? Okay, XP farm build here. All right, good. And let's go make sure our weapons are locked in. God, if they could just make that change. Talk about quality of life. Anthony DeMar, 34 months? Wow, you way up there, bro. Appreciate you. Mr. DeMar, you are old school too. Right on. Reaper Hawk, not happy. What do you think about that striker nerf, bro? What do you think about that? Oh, I bet you hate that. I do too. Now, I'm not against nerfs, and I'm not against shakeups. Like, I think it's healthy for a game. Let's shake it up. You know what I mean? But the Division 2 isn't just any game. You know, and like, I'm gonna go into some deep diving in on this, and I got some more research because I'm aware of the Helldivers 2 situation, but I haven't been paying too much close attention to it because I'm not covering that game. I'm one man, limited time, right? So, but they just went through all of this, right? And it's just like, I mean, what are these devs thinking? They just went through this. Oh, you don't know, LK? LK doesn't know. Okay, I'm dropping the video for you. Yep, the Nerf stick strikes hard, and that's what we're talking about today. That's going to be the big topic for this video, and I want to download some of my thoughts, but I'm formulating them for a video, you know. And so here's all the nerfs in this link, and so it's not any particular item that, you know, it's like, oh, you know, like Dragon says, oh, it's, you know, the striker nerf is not that big of a deal. Well, it is. I hear you though. I hear you from like from a perspective of, like, you know, DPS change or whatever. But I think it's a combination. For one, it's a combination of things, you know, right? Like, because Obliterate was also hit, and so was St. Elmo. So all three, basically, they're destroying very popular builds, and that's what Helldivers did. And it's not about it being significant or not, you know, so much as it is of that the data is there, that the community loves it. Why do you want to take something away that people love about the game? Instead, you should be creating more of that, not taking it away. You know, and I get it. Well, you know, they want to rebalance this because it's being overused, and they want to create build diversity. That's your problem, not the community's problem. And what they do by that, what they're doing here is making it the community's problem by taking away something that they love. You know, and now it's just like, now they got to go and find something else that they love. But it's more complicated than that, right? This isn't Helldivers, because Helldivers is a new game. Is that gameplay too loud? Let me turn it down a little bit. Let me know if it's too quiet or too loud for you, whatever. Turning it down. It's too loud for me. And so this is a complicated subject, so we're going to be hitting it in waves here. But see, the difference between Helldivers and the Division 2 is that we got something called the expertise system, right? And so we've invested in these builds. And that grind that's required from the expertise system encourages us to use that item a lot so that we get the return on our investment. You understand? Like, so it's not about like how much did they nerf it by. It's the fact that they nerfed it all together, and like between you and me, the expertise system is worth all shit. It is. You know what I mean? It's just it's an incremental increase to your base damage. It's weak. It is. It's not really a game changer, but it's the only thing there is to grind for in the game now. There's nothing else. And they're not changing that this next season, right? They're giving you seasonal modifiers that are you're grinding for them, but they're not permanent. And I don't like that, right? I don't like that, but I'm still looking forward to it because it's new and it'll be all right. We're seeing it other places. I mean, the first Descendant has it. People don't really give it much attention, right? And we're not going to give it much attention in the Division 2. I promise you that. It's going to be great because it's new and this game is lacking so much. But the reality is that it's the temporary stuff. People just on games where there's long-term builds. We all know you don't want to build or invest even mentally on that, you know? So it's a game within the game. We'll enjoy it, but it's sort of a distraction, right? And it's a good distraction. It's not a bad distraction. It depends on how the devs handle it. More on that though, because some of it's kind of painful. But of course, I'm not covering the PTS because I can't. It's only PC only. Where were we? Yes, the changes. So so we're sitting here with this system that's really fucking grindy, guys. Oh my God, this system is so grindy, right? And then you're spending really valuable resources to upgrade your striker gear or your St. Elmo's to ridiculous 26 levels. I mean, I can't even remember how many exotic components that is now. Does anybody remember what it is? It's a lot though, right? And then you get this little incremental base damage that's like, okay, well, it's not godly, but it's edging me up, and we'll talk about why that matters. And then they nerf it, and all of that benefit is basically reset. So yeah, you're stronger than the base value of the nerf, but we just went backwards. We just went backwards in the game. You know what I mean? Progression-wise, the idea is to close the gap. This is the idea, right? The idea is to close... Oops, I'm going the wrong way. The idea is to close the gap between our power and the NPC's power. And man, that is a Grand Canyon of a gap. It is massive, right? And so anything we can grab onto to just edge up a little bit closer, we take it, right? And that's why Striker exists. And I'm not a fan of everybody running Striker, but the data is there. Why is everybody running Striker? And it's because we're so weak. It is the closest thing or the best thing we have to combat that bullet sponginess. Not the enemies. It's not about performance. It's about that disgusting thing that people hate in video games. And every video game you play, nobody loves a bullet sponge. Nobody does. It's a bad thing. And it doesn't, strong HP values doesn't mean difficulty. It doesn't naturally, it's not synonymous. Yes, it adds to difficulty, but it's not a very creative way to do it, right? It's one in many ways. And so that was our best way to actually enjoy content and feel like we're a more productive fighter. But the reality is, and I know we exaggerate on builds and say, oh, this build's broken and it's OP or it's godly, become unkillable. Yeah, these are buzzwords, right? But we were never such things in this game, ever. And we never will be. I promise you. You know, and so that's what the devs are worried about. They're worried about us being creeping in our power so much to where the game. I mean, look, right? I was just basically two-tap there, for the game to be trivial. But no, there's nothing more annoying than Division 2 NPCs. Go play another game for a couple of minutes, man. You know what I mean? Go play another game for a couple of minutes. You will realize how bad the NPCs are in this game, and how actually that part's not fun. And now that's me saying that, right? But, and like, if you notice, I like snipers in all my games, so that's part of it. But I gravitate to headshot builds, you know, in this game, and it's part of the reason why, to be honest with you, I've been able to play this game for so long. You know, some people might say, how do you play this game for so long? I mean, so many years, how are you not bored? You know, well, you know, builds, and, you know, I love it. You know, I love this game. But the reality is that if I was like an assault rifle player, or an LMG player, or even an M1A classic player, I probably would have left this game a long time ago just by being annoyed by how fucking bullet spongy these guys are. It's ridiculous. And look at it. And then they got godly healing. I mean, they just have everything you could have managed on your side. Okay, so why is this a topic? Why am I talking about it? It's because we didn't need a nerf to these things, you know? We're not going to be overpowered even with the modifiers, you know? The game needs to be rebalanced. I agree. But the rebalancing went the wrong way. It went the wrong way. They needed to make us stronger, not weaker. You know? And I know we're not like hands down just flat out weaker and like, oh, we're going to be useless. That's not it. That's not it. But it's just like, you know, the modifiers should be giving us major advantages, and they're not going to, you know. They're situational. It's all situational damage, and, you know, that's perks and stuff like that. So why did they nerf us? You know, if all that modification is going to be situational, you know, part-time. And then you got to grind to get it. And then you get to use maybe full benefit for a short period of time, and then they're going to take it away from you. And then you're going to have to grind it all over again. So even if it was overpowered, it would be very temporary, right? And so why can't we be overpowered for a couple of weeks every season? What's wrong with that? Now, we are far away from being overpowered in this game. I don't think it's actually achievable. We are very far away. You know, I mean, I remember the days when Heartbreaker was overtuned. According to the devs, it was overtuned, but they apparently the multipliers weren't working correctly, and so you're getting like double benefit on things, and they changed it. But even then, you know what I mean? Yeah, we were strong, but it felt good and it felt right. It didn't feel wrong. I mean, for a lot of people, they were confused about the nerf, or they called it a nerf, right? We were just nerfed, right? And where the devs were like, no, it's a change. That stuff was incorrect, but it felt right. You know what I mean? The damage felt good. Not overpowered. It felt good. It displaced Striker. Think about that, you know? They didn't nerf Striker. They buffed Heartbreaker, and it displaced the meta. And so, I mean, and that's not news, right? We've always said, everybody's always said, oh, you know, don't nerf Striker, buff everything else. And they did that. They did that, but they nerfed Striker too, you know? And that's the part where I'm saying it's not that they did it as much as it was so unnecessary. And the goal right now should be, for the sake of the players that are existing in the game, if that's you, and if that's me, then their goal should be to drive new players into the game, right? Because it sucks if the player count dwindles. You know, so you might be like, hey, fuck all you guys that don't care, man. You guys are a bunch of crybabies and well. If that's you, well, you know, continue with that attitude, you're gonna be playing this game alone, right? If that's the attitude the devs adopt, I guess is the way I should say it. Because if the devs adopt that attitude, there's gonna be nobody left. It's gonna be such a small community. Matchmaking is gonna suck, and you're gonna lose funding. You know, and then you're not gonna get that new content. You're not gonna get new weapons, and you'll be lucky if you have servers. Right? So we've seen them consolidate that stuff. So it's a win for all of us if that they start driving their changes per community actual feedback. and so, and anyways, like I said, like I'm up for changes and I'm up for a meta shakeup, but they nerfed everything, man. And I mean, we're talking St. Elmo's, Scorpio, and I mean, these are weapons that some people exclude. How do I get out of here? How do I get out of this place? We didn't come from down there, did we? That people exclusively leveled up. Oh, down there we did. Okay. Can I not jump over this? Yes, you can. You know, some people just went around and look at, like, I'm not going to put all my expertise into everything, but I'm going to put it into the Scorpio, and I'm going to put it into St. Elmo's, and then I'm going to do this, you know, the Striker, because these are the best weapons. Like, let it be. And then they nerfed it, all of those. That's hard penalty on in-game economics, is, I guess, the way I want to say it. You know, that's where the penalty really hurts. It's like, but you gave us these systems and you told us to grind really hard for these increases, and then you take them away, and now I'm not going to use the Scorpio because maybe it sucks now because you have to reload all the time. And what about the other one? What is it? The lefty, you know, where, you know, it doesn't give you group benefits anymore. Like, only the user gets the buff. Like, there's builds created around its synergies for team, you know? It's just, yeah, there's just so many changes I just don't agree with. I mean, they nerfed Cheska. They nerfed Grupo. You know? The Picaro's holster just basically doesn't exist anymore. I mean, it was, to be honest with you, it was overused unnecessarily. I mean, it was barely a benefit on a lot of builds. Because the reason why is because although you're getting that weapon damage and the armor core, you're also getting skill haste. And you could argue that, well, you're just better off with Cheska or Grupa there, or Providence or whatever, depending on your build, you know, like. But, you know, you could use it because you wanted the weapon damage and you didn't need crits, you know, maybe, depending on your build. So it's not that it was a mistake to use, but it was also situational and it was not overpowered. And by decreasing its weapon damage, you know, and this isn't the first time they've done this, right? They did it to the Fox's Prayers. They did this to the Contractor's Gloves. So everything gets rebalanced if it's overpowered. But none of that stuff was overpowered back then either, you know? And they made those changes. And the community persisted and people were upset, but game goes on, you know? And it's going to go on still, you know? But is that a good thing? Is that a good statement? The game will go on? No, we need to recover. The question is, will this drive in more players? Will it drive in new players? And will it bring people back? You know? And I would say, yeah, temporarily. Now, I don't think it's going to drive in new players per se, because there's nothing innovative here. I mean, all the system that they're bringing in, it's copycat from other games. I mean, Diablo is just to mention one. I don't play that game, but they have it. The First Descendant has it, you know. So they're not bringing in anything innovative, but I like the way they integrated it into the game, sort of. I mean, it's logical at least. I haven't seen a lot of gameplay, but just a little bit. We obviously saw Yannick's, and it's basically like running directives. You know what I mean? That's the way, the same missions so far, right? Same missions, but you're running directives. Now, I know that there's rumors going around that there's possibly an incursion. I don't think it's an incursion. I think that's just the the temporary mission at the end of the season that you unlock. Or it's not temporary, but the season that you unlock after the manhunt, or which is now going to be called Scouts. So I think that's what that is. But people are calling it an incursion because it's in the incursion tab. But I guess where else would they put it? And I don't know how that wasn't a logical connection and why they're calling it an incursion, because the devs said that there's going to be mechanics like raids, and that there's going to be more difficult enemies, and it's going to be new difficulty. And it's, yeah, it sounds like an incursion. So where else would you put it? In the incursions tab, you know? It's designed for team play. I don't even know if there's going to be a solo mode for it, to be honest with you. Probably, but they said specifically it's going to be team play orientated. Really? So nobody wants this game to be trivial and easy, you know? So, you know, that's not what we're talking about, is it? So don't go there. Don't jump to that conclusion. Be like, oh, if we keep getting stronger and we get these modifiers, and if they don't nerf Striker, then we're gonna be overpowered. Nobody was overpowered with Striker. Get real. You know what I mean? Like, I said this, I was having a conversation with Grumpy the other day, and we were talking about True Patriot, and he was saying that it needed a nerf, and that, you know, it has a hard time competing with Striker. And my argument was, well, it wasn't an argument, but it was like, yeah, okay. But this is why Striker constantly gets that. This is before the nerf. This is why Striker constantly gets suggested that it should be nerfed, right? It's not a new subject. I'm actually not surprised that they nerfed it. I'm not surprised that they nerfed everything. That was a surprise. The Ouroboros got a nerf. Holy. You know, Scorpio, Ouroboros, St. Elmo's, top 3, nerfed. You had to earn that Ouroboros from the incursions. People suffered through that matchmaking process. You know? That sucks. Are we done with that one? Am I not? Have I been doing the wrong? I have. I'm an idiot. Where's Judiciary Square? Oh my God, this is Judiciary Square, isn't it? No, that's Constitutional Hall. Judiciary Square is this one over here. I hate this area. God, I'm making us do this one. It was close. Federal Triangle is where it was. I'd never go into Judiciary Square. That's why I was confused. Yeah, right, Rove? There's just, I mean, and for me, it's not about me being right. I appreciate that, though. I'm always right, if you guys didn't figure that out. Streamer's always right. Streamer is always right. I got the mic, motherfuckers. Just kidding. So, but like, it's just like, yeah, we don't need the nerf. We need to enjoy the game. And so if the players are saying this game would be more fun if we had stronger DPS builds, if that's what the data is saying, then do it. Do it. The data is saying there. Find a way to do it without breaking the game. Find a way. And that's why the Division 2 is not a big game. This is a very small, tight-knit community that loves... We're all sadists. If you've been playing this game for more than a year, you're a sadist. You know what I mean? Like, the gameplay is a pain. The bugs are a pain. The developers are horrible. You know? I'm a sadist. I've been playing this game since 2019. So I'm not picking on you. Me too. You know, me too. So we're sadists. I mean, it's just like, why do we put up with this? People don't... And you get mad. People get upset when others from the outside who have experienced this game ask us that question. Like, why are you guys still playing this game? It's dead. You know? How do you put up... They're basically saying, how do you put up with the BS is what they're trying to say, right? And they're not wrong, you know? This is not the activity that I'm looking for. This one. Let's give them something to play with. And so the part is that I'm talking about specifically is that, okay, 2 heavy gunners here. Fuck. That sucks. Right at the entryway too. I don't know if I'm gonna make that. I mean, look how slow my character is. I mean, I just can't even. They're like 10 times faster than me. They never miss shots. And so, yeah, I mean, they're making it harder on themselves, right? Like, hi, my name is Reaper. I'm a sadist. Hi, my name is Tux. I'm friends with Reaper. We are both sadists. No, it's because we love this game, and we. The reality is that we love what this game could be and what once was, and everything in between. We pretty much don't, and I'm speaking for the communities based on feedback in my experience with this game, you know. So that's not really an opinion. You know what I mean? It's just like we love what this game was. That's what I'm talking about, is like early stuff, right? And Warlords in New York. I mean, that was exciting to experience. It was. And then, you know, Dark Times. And then we're like, wow, look at the potential of this game. And Yannick said it himself. There's so many things you could do with this game. And that's what we're here for. And we've been waiting for that since 2020, basically, since year one, you know? Like, oh my God, they stopped the progress of the game is what happened. And they pivoted to what we have now, which is basically minimum mode on the Division 2 for the most part. Non-data driven changes. Constant mistakes and misuse of development budget. Declining player base, you know? And so that's and because we hope and see the potential of the game, we're still here waiting for that real content to drop. It's not, you know. I don't expect much out of the DLC. And for me, that's not pessimism, that's realism. That's the reality. I'm not talking shit because I don't, from an outside perspective, I'm talking shit like I understand these devs really well. And I wish it wasn't so. I wish I was ignorant. And just because, you know, I say stuff like that doesn't mean I don't love the game. I do love the game. And I will play the DLC, even if it is crap. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, I don't like this stuff coming. I don't think it's going to be that great, but you know, it's something. It's all right. The gear looks all right. Some of the changes to the weapons and stuff, I'm looking forward to it. Anything that allows us for more build diversity and stuff like that, I'm down. I just don't think they should have made the nerfs. I just don't see the point. You know, just give us that stuff. Don't do the nerfs. It's that easy. If somebody only wants to run Striker because it's the strongest, let them. Let them. I mean, we're here saying the same thing. We're like, oh, poor you. There's so much more to this game you could be enjoying. You know? But if that's all you want to run is Striker, because it's a meta, because some dude told you that it's best on paper, then do it. You know? Don't let somebody stop you. And even with the nerfs. But yeah, it's the wrong data move, basically. That's the point. The part is this, okay? Like, just getting down to more solid intel here, is that there's data, and the data says, give me more of this and less of that, and that's how you want to develop your game. And they do the exact opposite, and that's what drives players away. year after year, update after update. That's what's actually driving people away from the game. It's nothing else. It's not whether Countdown is good or not. It's not whether the Summit sucks or not, or Descent, you hate it. It's not about that. It's about that they're developing content that is not based on user feedback or data, if you will. And because if they were, then Descent would be awesome. Right? The Summit would be great. And so let me give you another example. The Summit used to be really popular, like really popular. I mean, it had so many logged in hours, it was ridiculous. I mean, you would go onto our Discord and everybody was playing the Summit. Everybody. You know, why? Floor 10 is why, right? It was all about floor 10. Everybody wanted the XP. It was the best XP farm in the game, and that's really important in the game, right? So what did the devs do? Well, they nerfed it, right? And then what did they continue to do? Well, they nerfed all the XP in the game. Well, they rebalanced it is what they said, but they nerfed it, right? They made any possibility of an XP farm, they made it gone, right? They made it gone. So the thing is like, so their perspective was, well, we want people to enjoy the whole game. We don't want them to play just one mission over and over. Whoa, you know, you're gonna tell me how to play the game? You're gonna force me into playing it within your vision? No, you got this backwards, buddy. You know, you got this all backwards. I'm gonna tell you how this game is gonna be played as a community via data, right? If millions of players or tens of thousands are saying, you know, we want XP and we're willing to do anything for it, then yeah, you need to be driving missions that reward us with good XP, challenging or not. Good XP. We want XP farms. Every looter shooter has farms, buddy. Every looter shooter. That's the point. And people that don't play looter shooters, they don't like them. You know, and so somebody says, like in the First Descendant, looter shooter, very grindy. And so somebody says, hey, is the First Descendant game good? Do you like it? My first question, it comes back as a question. It's like, well, do you play looter shooters? Because if you don't, then, you know, are you used to grindy games? Because it's grindy, right? Looter shooters are grindy. And, you know, so we're going to grind for that XP. So, you know, trying to eliminate the grind doesn't make any sense because we love the grind. We hate it. We love it. You know what I mean? Like, one of the reasons why I enjoyed the First Descendant is because, you know, outside of the game itself, it was just the fact that, wow, it's been a long time since I've grinded for something, you know? Because I've been playing this game for so long, right? I have all the gear, I have all the exotics, I have everything. Except for the exotics you had to buy from like pre-orders or exclusive weapons from pre-orders, right? Which is pay to play, by the way. Pay to win. And I have everything, so I don't grind for anything anymore, not even XP. And when you see me farming for XP, it's just because I'm creating a video or I'm demonstrating, you know. But I don't need XP. I got so much resources and exotic components, and I don't spend them because mostly because of shit like this. Like, I don't want to go through all the fucking hassle just for them to nerf it. And I was saying that back in day one. Probably Reaper remembers. You know, I was just like, well, be careful. I'm not going to grind this expertise system because they're just going to nerf it. And they did, you know. And I felt bad for all the people that were grinding the expertise system. But see, the problem is that that's what we do. I didn't do it. Then did it eventually, but I didn't do it. But that's what we do. As a looter shooter community, we fucking grind. We grind for XP. We grind for the best weapons. We grind for 1% increase in base damage. We grinded for that, and they took it away. Lost hours, man. Lost hours. And so this directly translates to an important metric on any looter shooter. And that metric is respecting players' time. Do they check that box or not? And that's a direct, they do not respect players' time when they nerf something that we grinded hours for in a game and a system that is encouraged us to do nothing but. I mean, it's borderline disrespectful. You know what I mean? Like, it's bad. It's bad. Oh, look at Thorn. And so, but you know what? I'm not going to change that behavior. This has been going on way before season 2. This has been going on for years. Okay, so that's what I mean by, like, I know the devs. I'm not that disappointed, and I've stuck through this game with all this bullshit going on in the past, and which obviously means I'm going to stick through this bullshit going forward, because I love the game. We've built an awesome community. You know what I mean? And I love what this game could be, and we have Division 3 coming and all that. So, but it's not just because of Division 3. How many more activities I got to do? Hold on. Division 3, I mean. It's not because of Division 3, but I'm looking forward to it. So, look, the game barely exists. You know, I mean, look at all the financial issues that Ubisoft has as a corporation. And then look at these devs. Are you surprised? Obviously, Massive didn't do this alone, but Massive has under their belt some serious titles. Avatar was Massive, wasn't it? Star Wars. Jesus. Are you surprised that Ubisoft suffers because of the way that they implement their games and manage their communities? And then they make statements that say, you know, just get used to not owning your game. You know, and it's true. I mean, that's the future, but it's the attitude, right? It's the attitude that we don't listen to your feedback and consider it. We tell you how it is. That's what they said. You know, not so many words, right? We're telling you the way it is. You don't tell us. And that's why their stocks suffer and why the game suffers. Arrogance, ultimately. And the problem, my point is that, you know, manage expectations, because this stuff is like somebody said in the chat. Who was that? Somebody just said it in the chat, but they said it was a recipe for disaster, and it is. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if the Division 2 shut down, I wouldn't be surprised. And so, like, with every season, is this me back here? With every season, I'm sort of bracing for that. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I know it's doom and gloom. I'm not trying to spread that, so I don't typically like put that in my video or anything like that. But that's my personal feelings. Like, man, this game could shut down any day. Like, and I have my eye on that ball, because that's how I genuinely feel, because of the way that they manage their community. I mean, how can you exist as a video game company if you're leaking players like this, right? I mean, you're not going to exist for very long, and I think they've proven that for us. And that's not what I want. Like I said, even during the live stream, I was like, I'm rooting for these devs. You know, I really am, because I want this game to succeed. I love it. I want it to. It's got a lot, but it's beautiful. You know, it's a beautiful game. And you know, there are all these other looter shooters out there. I mean, in a way, they're trying to be the Division 2, and they can't because the Division 2 already exists. You know. But man, there's such an opportunity here. Somebody could basically rob this IP and make it better. Obviously, they can't call it Tom Clancy's Division 2 or anything like that, but I mean, like, they can just draw on this concept and actually listen to the community and develop around it. This game could be way better, right? Did we win that? What just happened? Sorry, I'm not paying attention. I don't think we did. What happened? Did it expire? There's no timer on that, right? Maybe they died or something. Okay. That was a waste of my time. I guess we'll just go for this one. Oh, I'm not in Judiciary Square. That's why. How did that happen? I thought they were in there. And so, yeah, I mean, just because you can't treat a community like this, and the reason why the game still existed, I mean, they're letting this game bleed, right? This game is an open vein for Ubisoft, but they own the IP, so there's lots of margin in it for them, you know. And unlike Avatar and Star Wars, right? They pay for that title usage, and it's a costly mistake apparently. Really? Go ahead. My turn now. I'm looking for my grappling hook when I play this one. So yeah, I mean, so that's why, and so the reason why I say I'm always bracing for the game to end, not because it's doom and gloom, but I'm just aware. I mean, just look at my last video. I mean, just look at how many people just left the game again. You know, I'm down. I'm not going forward. And it's not because Striker sucks. It's because they nerfed Striker. It's the point, right? It's like, that's my favorite gear set. I mean, there was nothing else to run. I mean, is this new gear set gonna change that? So they reskinned things, right? We always get new gear. Well, you know, whether it's good or not is something else. But so they didn't replace Striker. They reskinned everything. They reskinned Ongoing Directive, right? They buffed this, nerfed that, you know, but they didn't replace Striker, right? They buffed this, nerfed that. And that's not new content. And they're treating it like it's new content. I mean, they're rebalancing the whole game, and it'll be like, and they're thinking in their heads, "Oh, this is what the game needs to grow." You know what I mean? Like, whoa, this is the opposite of of growth. That isn't going to drive players back. You know, whether people like it or not is one thing, right? So I know it's a debate, depending on who you watch. You know, online or whatever. You know, I think some communities can always look at the glass half full and always play their optimistic card. You know, but, you know, I'm not trying to be Mr. Pessimistic either on my side, but just trying to be as honest as possible about how I feel and not mask that with a bunch of optimism, you know, because I want to hear your guys' thoughts, you know. And, you know, I can tell you this, I mean, the devs haven't been tapping into my wallet. And, you know, so I haven't left the game, but that's my way. That's my way. And other people, they're uninstalling, man. They're uninstalling. Again, another wave of uninstalls. You know, how many people do you think, I mean, just realistically, are saying, "Oh my God, I just watched that stream from the devs. I'm aware of the patch notes. I'm watching this new content that's coming, Seasons 2.0. I better re-upload the game. I'm going to buy this game for $7, you know, $14, whatever." How many people you think are saying that? Holy shit, this is amazing. I have to own this game. And if they are saying that, why? Because nothing is new. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not innovative. You know, I'm not saying it's bad, but I can't see this content bringing people back. Why would you? I mean, the first Descendants got the same issue, so they put an inversion system. It's a season system, and they call them inversions, but it's the same thing. It's modifiers, and they're temporary. They're going to change every season, and there's a theme, and you know, there's situational improvements to your character. But with the first Descendant, they made the same mistake. Okay. They made the same mistake. They brought in buffs and they brought in nerfs, or things that made the enemies more powerful. The community spoke and the devs changed it. They reverted the nerfs and made it so it was just buffs. Okay? And I know that we're not going to hear a lot of this. Okay? So I don't even have to do the PTS to tell you this, right? But those buffs to the enemies are nasty. They're nasty. And I don't think anybody's gonna tell you that. And so that's why I hate the PTS. You know what I mean? Because from my perspective, most of the people that are covering the PTS, it's always just like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. It's so meta. It's just going to be the best weapon and build, or the system is great. It's really good. I mean, it's just like, oh God, that's exactly what the devs wanted to hear. There's no real critical feedback there. It's okay. I mean, to like it, I'm not saying like you don't have to like it, but you still can have feedback, right? Like, is it really perfect? Is there really nothing you would change? Are you really not going to speak for the community? Isn't that like kind of what we do on YouTube as content creators that cover a game? Or are you speaking for the devs? You know what I mean? Like the devs don't need to be spoken for, you know? They got budgets, they got marketers. They can afford it if they need that. If they need that type of publicity, you know? And it's not about being optimistic or positive. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about giving actual feedback on a new system that can potentially impact changes to that system. There we go. We got the boots. All right, let's go hide and see what they're about. You know what I mean? And so it's just like, but the reality is that system, it's not going to be, I really hope it's not going to be as bad as I think it is. But I've already seen some streams where people were they were going to normal mode. Okay, they were going on to normal mode to grind it out. So, or they were avoiding NPCs because it was painful, the modifiers, you know. And it's just like, fuck, these NPCs are already hard, man. This is not a way to make them challenge. We don't need the challenge out of the NPCs. We need, you know, there's builds that make you good. There's builds that make the content harder. So there's that, right? But like, we just don't really need buffs to NPCs. It's just not necessary. And so just like, I can see a lot of people, whether you're a sadist or not, right, is one thing. But I can just see a lot of people saying, this sucks. This is just, it's making NPCs harder. And I know that from my experience. Like, I've just never been a fan, and I've always said this, of global, what do you call them? Global events. Is this what I just got? Corporate gig? No. Oh, they put purchase things in here now? When did this happen? This featured slot? I never noticed that. It's weird. It's at the top of my apparel. They're marketing. Smart. Okay, what did we just unlock though? Here, sorry. Should be blue. It should be highlighted too. Something with the C, right? Canva or something like that. Oh, I hate this thing. You need like a search bar. Crane boots, they're there. They were right there on top. They just looked like everything else we have, so they were easy to skip over. This is our, you know what I mean? Look at these ones. I can wear those. I like them better. You know what I mean? There's those or those. I'll run the bloody red shoes. It's all good. Let me look at this project. Let me get back to it. Okay, so now there's a crane skin, hotel, infirmary, control point. Where's that one at? Hotel, infirmary, control point. I think that's in the Constitution, isn't it? Haunted house, no. Hotel, infirmary. Is it in the same zone? No. Why don't I remember the hotel infirmary? They said control point. I don't know any hotel infirmary. Control point? Does anybody else know of a hotel infirmary control point? No Hope Hotel. Can we go back there? Isn't that what it said? Hotel infirmary. Take over the hotel infirmary control point. It's in the east. Yeah, I thought the sledgehammer was a stupid change. I was just like, why would you take that one away? Oh, that's where we are. What the fuck? Luckily, we didn't finish it. Because it was the next project. Sorry, I'm a dork. I don't come to this one very often. I don't remember the name of it. That's cool that that kind of worked out for us, didn't it? Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So like I'm not, you know, I mean, that's what I say. Like I'm looking forward to it because it's a new system, but you know, I'm not like super excited for it because it's been there, done that. But the worst part about it will be that the NPCs are getting buffed, and like I said, like I was saying before I interrupted myself, is that I've never been a fan of global events that buff the NPCs. Like Guardians was one of them, right? So Guardians, they used to be basically immune, and they still kind of are, but they backed out some of that immunity, and it's sort of like they're not learning from their previous mistakes, so they roll out a system that does the same after they just reverted all of that, right? I mean, everything that they changed was, even the nerfs were a reversion of previous work, right? I mean, this is what we call a waste of development dollars. I mean, how many times did they nerf the Ouroboros? This is their second, right? So it was nerfed on launch and feedback, and it was released that way. The way it is, right? With the damage, knowing what the damage was. And if they knew their community, then they would know that that weapon would be highly adopted. I mean, it took us all of 5 minutes to figure that out as a community, right? Like, didn't take very long. Everybody's gonna use it. Everybody does. Does it make the gun trash? I mean, well, they nerfed the tactical vector too, so no. You know what I mean? Because they made the other weapons worse too. They nerfed most of the vectors. So, because apparently we were overstrong with vectors. And you saw the developer using a vector and dying many times on stream with a tactical vector. So I don't think we're overpowered. He was on challenging mode, mind you. You know what I mean? So it's like, I mean, if this game, if they're trying to invite a more casual audience, then that's not it. What part of that is casual, you know? And he said, oh, a lot of you will consider me a noob. I'm relatively a noob compared to a lot of people here. Exactly. You know, like, you should be having an easier time with the game. I mean, if you rewatch Yannick's gameplay, and I'm not picking on him, like, I'm not saying he sucks or he get good. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like, that he was a level 500. He's a level 500 character. So, yeah, he doesn't play that much. But that puts him in the category player area, right? And so the game, these players should have a feeling of more success and excel. He basically failed, right? He failed on, in my opinion, he failed. You know? And the reason why I say that is because he died like a dozen times, right? He died like 6 times in Lincoln Memorial on challenging with these new modifiers. So some of that was because of the modifiers. You get what I'm saying here? Like, it's not making the game easier. So what is the ratio of buff to nerf? And I'm not asking literally, like, what does it say in their little menu? I'm talking about the feeling. Like, what is the ratio on that feeling? And you can't quantify this, but it's just a question. Like, of I feel stronger, or I am struggling more now in the game. Now, there's going to be a big chunk of players in the community that have been playing this game since the beginning of time and saying, like, what? You want the game to get so easy? It's already really easy. You've been playing since forever, man. You know what I mean? This isn't about you. Don't take it personal. You know what I mean? Like, it's easy because you have everything memorized, right? And so they're taking away some of that easiness from you, but is that really what we needed? You know? No, we needed new challenges, not the same mission, just more of a pain in the ass, because that's basically the best way to describe it, right? The same mission. So it's a new system playing the same mission, and now it's just a more pain in the ass. And so it would be smarter to give us new challenges, like the end mission. What is it being called? Something with an M, right? Like Matrix, or I forget the name of it now. But you know, we unlock this new mission, and we get a new difficulty, a mastery difficulty for playing it, just that mission. But it's just like the smarter way is not. They can't continue to drop new missions every week. Okay, so that's not what I'm saying, or every season. That's a big development undertaking. I get that. That's not what I'm asking for, you know? Why does every time I go to my menu screen, it takes me to the sales category? Like, what? I mean, this is where I normally go for my skins. All right, let's do it this way. I don't even want to look for it. I guess I don't care that much. Okay, next project. Take over the Red Dragon. Oh shit, we already did that one. Did we? No, we didn't. Okay, what are we gonna get for this one? I heard people are having a hard time getting the gun from the loot album. Let's hope we get lucky. Let's hope we get that streamer luck. Oh, it's a weapon skin. Got it. Okay, let's see if I can put it on. Oh, I kind of like it. I mean, it's all right. Matches. Let's go matchy-matchy. Okay, mark you. So anyways, I was saying, like, yeah, they can't publish. This isn't Fortnite, right? Like, you know, they can't publish at that kind of rate. But, you know, I'm not going to pretend I have all the solutions, but there's something there, right? They're just going the wrong direction. Make it easier, not harder. And I'm not saying too easy, but it feels good to feel powerful, you know? And I don't think we're ever going to get there. We weren't there with Striker. I was talking about that conversation we were having. I don't know if you're here for that, Grumpy, but you know, when we were talking about the True Patriot set, and I was just like, yeah, but let's be real. You know, Striker and True Patriot, that comparison conversation we were having way back then. I was like, remember I was saying, I was like, yeah, but like, you know, we're not actually strong with Striker, right? Like, it's the best we got, right? But the reality is, and compared to other games, man, we're so fucking weak with Striker. I mean, you have to give everything you got to get that good DPS with Striker, you know? Minimize your armor down to like 1.1 million, and you know, you're making a little bit of concessions because some DPS doesn't matter at a certain point, but it's just like relatively, it's just like the time to kill really sucks, you know, in an all red perfect supercharged Striker build. And you're impressed with it, but only by comparison, right? Like, because it's the best that we got. So yeah, you run anything else in the game, you're like, well, Striker's god tier for the game, but, and that's, yeah, what else are you gonna compare it to? I get it. But like, then you play other games and you're like, wow, this is what it feels like. This is what it feels like, right? It feels good to have a little bit of power in the game. You know, you can still die. I know what it looks like to have a character or a build too strong, right? That creates mega problems too. First Descendant has one of those. There's a character called Bunny, and she is so strong. It's like, why would you run anything else? I mean, it's so strong. In some cases, you can't run anything else because if somebody else is running that build or character, but characters are builds, then you're basically, you get left behind. You can't get a shot in because the character is too good. It's like they're running Golden Bullet and you're not. That's the comparison. It's like they're running Golden Bullet and you're game mode and you're just a guest. You know what I mean? You're here, you know, you're here for the show. You know, that's how that character's like. And it's a problem, right? It's a major problem. And the devs are in trouble with it because they can't nerf it, right? That's like nerfing Striker. People will uninstall if they nerf it. You know, and they've said they're not going to nerf it, right? They said, no, we're not going to nerf your fun. And it's for the same reasons. So it was a smart move. The problem was they introduced it in the first place, right? So that's what I'm saying. It can go the other way. So I'm not asking for that, you know, to make something so strong that it's going to kill the game, because that does happen, you know. The bunny situation in the First Descent is real, you know, and I can't think of a good situation for it, because the natural situation you would probably think of, like most of us, is like, well, just create other builds that are just buff everything else. It gets out of hand. The game gets too easy, and then everybody's like, I have these godly builds, but this is exactly what's happening. I have these godly builds, and I don't have any content to play it with. I mean, there's nothing hard enough to require such godliness. That's where it can go when you give the player too much power. So there's a happy medium, and you know, the devs just they don't toe the line, and they need to toe it a little bit more. They stay really far away from it. They're so far away from it, and we've never been there, right? The Ouroboros is probably as close as it got. And I'll be honest with you, like I've always said, and you guys were there for it, I've always said, like, I'm surprised that the Scorpio even exists. Like, I'm surprised that it's been allowed to exist. I've always said that. I was like, it's so overpowered, it's crazy, you know? I mean, you can face take hunters with it, right? I mean, they're just paralyzed, and that was with the nerf, man. They nerfed that thing. And so what I think is so why now? You know, so after years, this has been in the game for years now. I mean, when did it come in? I can't even remember. It was so long ago. It was during the dark days, right? But that game is so old. I mean, that gun is so old. Why come through it now and obliterate it? I mean, it's done, man. I mean, it's still gonna shock and stuff like that. But like, if you care about that size of that mag, and then they nerfed the 612 also, so it's base. So there's 2 layers of nerfs on that you can't see. So you got to be conscious of the nerfs being listed in other categories. So if the 612 got a nerf to its base, so did the Scorpio. Like things like on reload time and stuff like that. Potentially, we'll see. But that's what happened to the St. Elmo's in Project Resolve. So they nerfed status effects, and it inadvertently or on purpose nerfed the St. Elmo's. So the St. Elmo's shock became less useful. And to the point where it's like the gun, to be honest with you, is just like the talent started to really suck, you know? And so for me, it was like the only reason that I was still using it was mostly because of its mag size. I just really enjoyed that. And the weapon handling, just so many shots on target. And guess what they changed? They took both of those away. They decreased the weapon handling, decreased the crit chance, decreased the crit damage, and it gave it a smaller mag. Like, holy. When they nerf things, man, they don't joke around in the Division 2. They nerf it to the ground. That's the other thing, right? Like, that's not subtle. Damn you. Damn you, devs. They're like, we do not want you using this anymore. Okay. A point taken. You know what I mean? Fuck. I mean, you're going to have reloads in between every one of those debuffs coming out of the Scorpio. And the only way to... You maybe can get 2 debuffs if you land 100% of your shots. Maybe. Okay, so we got that one. Okay, we're done. Is that the last project? I think that was, right? Because it says complete, and then it says goal project. Miker, I saw that, man. I was really upset about that too. I mean, the thing, okay, again, this goes back to the waste of our valuable development dollars. This is our money. Okay, this is our money. It's not the developer's money. This is our money. We earn that money by buying the game and by pumping in hours into it. And by buying outfits. And we're building development dollars. That they then if you look at it this way, they borrow against those potential future revenue, right? They borrow against it, develop new stuff, and then get a return on that investment by our purchases and time again. No, yeah, Brave. I hear you. We covered that already. It's not that. It's not that. But yeah, I'm for changes too. We were talking about it, you know. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's just like, oh, people are gonna rate. No, you're missing it. You know, you might be new to the community. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with changing Striker by a couple of percentage points or, you know, one particular nerf over the other. They're not learning from Helldiver 2's mistakes. They're taking all of the community's favorite weapons. Look at it that way, okay? All of their gear, all of their builds and their favorite weapons, and they're nerfing all of it. Whole build setups. Obliterate was nerfed. Striker was nerfed. The Banshee was nerfed. St. Elmo's, Scorpio. I mean, and it's not just that, okay? And I know I covered this, so sorry for you guys hearing this twice, but it's important. It's that they've given us the system called the expertise system that is extremely grindy. It's horrible, but it's what we got, right? And for that, you get just a little bit more power. It's marginal power, and if you really know the game, which you probably do, you know that that power is actually nonsense. There's very few builds that power actually impacts when it comes to overall performance. You don't need it. It doesn't really add any survivability, but we're so hungry for power that we grind it anyways. It's horrible. It's a horrible grind. It's painful, but we do it anyways because the gap in between our damage and the NPC's damage, like I said earlier, is a Grand Canyon of a gap. And so we put ourselves through such a grind in a looter shooter that is already grindy just to get the gear in the first place. We put ourselves through that and go get hundreds upon hundreds of exotic components and other very pain in the butt resources to farm. We go create special characters, fourth mules, characters we don't even use. And we go run boring missions that we do not enjoy doing just so that we can spend watch points so that we can buy resources so that we can level up our striker gear and our Scorpio gun and our Sane ammo so that we can just get a little bit stronger because those enemies are so fucking strong. They're bullet sponges, and there's not I don't know anybody. I've never met anybody. I've been playing this game since 2019. Nobody loves a bullet sponge. It's a lazy way of balancing content. It's like, let's just give them more armor. You know what I mean? And then they give us power and then they take it away. That's where I was going with the Scorpio thing. Like, this waste of our development dollars. And so why now? Right? Why now? So the point is, like, I get your point. Like, I know what you mean. Like, yeah, oh, crybabies, we're crying over. That's no. A lot of people aren't expressing the real concern. So it seems like they're upset because their favorite build was nerfed, right? But the reality was that we need tools just like anything for the job, right? So the Division 2 is the job. Killing enemies is what we do. And so that is one of, if not the best, depending on who you ask, the best tool for the job. You're gonna use it. It's a pure DPS build. It's the best. It gives you actually build diversity because there's so much damage there. You could roll on defense. And now they actually stripped by build diversity by nerfing it. So I have all blue striker builds with my Ouroboros. Okay, so where I'd run all armor, Ouroboros, and the Memento. And the point of it was, on a striker build, to earn really good bonus armor. And the build had enough damage on it to cater to that for solo gameplay. Right? So, but now I'm not so sure anymore. Because they nerfed the Ouroboros, and they nerfed striker, and they nerfed obliterate. The three things that were being used on that build. So it's one thing to nerf one of the things, but they nerfed all of the critical elements that we found to be the most important tools for our job, which is to kill NPCs that are extremely tanky. And so we've just taken strides back from what we would have considered, what the community considered progress in this build. And we barely fucking called it progress. You know what I mean? We barely called it progress. I mean, and the problem is not everybody's able to, I'm barely able to communicate this, right? I'm still formulating these thoughts, right, Brave? Like, for me, like, this is all fresh for me too. So I'm still thinking it through, which is why I'm not putting out too many reaction videos. I'm thinking it through. I'm gonna take my time and gather. I'm hearing comments like yours. I love that. You know what I mean? Because it gets me to think too. And, we're not disagreeing. We're having constructive feedback here. And so it's people are out there saying, I'm pissed. They nerfed striker. I'm done. And so it sounds like they're being petty, but they're just not communicating the real deal, right? There's much more beyond it. A lot of people, like I was saying, like, a lot of people are on their last straw with these developers. These developers have put people there. It's not the people's fault. It's like they don't respect our time. we had to grind for those weapons, and then we had to level them up through the optimization process, and then we loaded hours worth of exotic components into them so that we can get 1 or 2% of damage points on these things. Well, it's like 25%, but it's base damage. It's fucking weak. Okay. And we're like, oh, because I just want to, that's just, you know, I'm building a ladder to cross this chasm, right? I'm going to lay a ladder across this Grand Canyon of a chasm. And that gives me one more rung, just one rung, right? That's a mile wide. Okay. That's a mile wide. And I got one rung on that ladder. So we're nowhere near crossing that chasm. We're not going to meet the NPC's difficulty level. I mean, look, 3 of their bullets wipes your armor. 3. Well, half your armor. You know what I mean? It's like about 140 to 200,000 per bullet that they inflict on you. So that's 1 bullet, 1 armor core. You know, think about that. You know, it takes us a whole mag to clear their armor, give or take, right? So it's just like we're nowhere near their damage or their armor levels. I mean, the average NPC is in heroic content is 10 million in armor. Are you running with 10 million in armor? And they got healers and healing stations, depending on your NPC, right? It's crazy. And so my point is that, so we're making progress, and what the players are saying is like, man, we're desperate. These enemies are hard. We will do anything, including creating mules, including running countdown for millions of hours just to get exotics I don't fucking need, just to crush them, and to pump all of that bullshit resource into my build, into one weapon. And it's a never-ending struggle. I'm never gonna get there, wherever there is, right? And so the devs are like, okay, well, you're willing to do it. We're gonna give you a system. You wanna grind? Here's a fucking grind. It's called the expertise system. You know, and so this expertise system, what is its end result? What is its end result? Its end result is going to encourage you to drive those resources on into the most important or your favorite items in the game. And which is going to then encourage you to use those items a lot, because you just went through a lot to get them to that level. So, you know, choose wisely. Make sure you're going to use this weapon a lot, right? And then they come through and they do things to demotivate us from using those same items. So it's sort of a chicken and an egg thing. Why does the meta exist? Well, some of it is because of their base power it's the best tool for the job. And then now we're using it even more because we're investing in it, right? We're mentally because and physically because we put hours into that weapon. That's why I'm using it all the time. I mean, look at my build here. It's a level 17 rifle, and I could go higher. 20, level 20 expertise system, right? Level 14 backpack, whatever, right? And I got max expertise. I just don't spend all my resources in it. But I invest in this because it's my meta, you know? These are pieces that I use. And it's crazy because I'm really happy that they didn't nerf anything. This whole build wasn't touched. Our XP farm build wasn't touched. As a matter of fact, it got buffed. So I'm really excited. I will be featuring it. This 1886 got a buff. They gave it more base damage, more rounds, and a slower reload. So it was a little bit of a nerf there, something like that. But I was like, they buffed 1886. That's amazing, right? So I'm excited for that. And then they didn't touch Hunter's Fury apparently. But for your Hunter's Fury crit builds that are running Obliterate, oh yeah, they touched that one, right? But yeah, so it's complicated. It's complicated, and so it's not the nerf that people are quitting. It's they're on the last. This game is barely hanging on to players, and it does nothing but the opposite of what players are looking for. It's interesting, right? Can anybody tell me, can I get my gun now? Can I go farm this blue goblin? Because it didn't say. Nothing happened. I was really surprised about that too, Get. So I'm trying to remember the weapon talent section, but they didn't touch too many weapon talents. And the ones that I can remember, they gave them a little bit of a nerf, right? I mean, buff. They buffed, when it came to weapon talents, it seems like most of those were just buffs. Like Measured got a buff. I think the stupid ones that like where you blind enemies got a buff, you know. Yeah, I'm surprised, but I am surprised that they didn't nerf Determined. I don't know if that's oversight. Maybe we didn't see a complete list. I don't know. But I think it's where it needs to be. I mean, for many, many reasons. The NPCs do a lot of cartwheels. Even with Determined, I miss a ton, man. Going for center fucking mass. I now have the Harvest Pistol? Oh, did it just automatically appear? Let me go in and check it out. They did give it a higher base damage though, so I'm curious to testing that because that particular revolver, the Magnum, is getting a buff next season. It's going to be the strongest pistol in the game now, and where yes, I'm irritated. This is a perfect fucking example. Okay, so they nerfed the D50. I have 19 expertise in my D50. And hundreds of hours into it. Was it breaking the game? It's got horrible accuracy and stability. Do you know that, like, if you load maximum weapon handling on your build, you still don't reach maximum bars on your weapon handling attribute stats? Oh, there's the pistol right there. Thank you for that. You got crit damage. It's not that bad, but mark it as favorites. We don't actually delete it. Oh, he's not dropping it. What up, Fear Mode? Yeah, where's Tito when we need him, right, Fear? So it's a big deal because it's a meta shift, right? And is it a good one? Yeah, you know, maybe. We'll see. I'm not testing it, but on paper it looks good. I actually prefer the Magnum over the D50, to be honest with you. I do. And I always wish the Magnum would have been stronger. In many other games, the Magnum is stronger or on par with the D50. It's a revolver, so there's a reason for it to be stronger. It's got less rounds, right? So it's a good change. But did they have to nerf the D50 too? Did they have to do that? I don't think they did. Because the damage value of the revolver is higher than what the new value is higher than what the D50 currently is. So they didn't have to nerf the D50. They did anyways. For some reason, they thought it was overpowered. And so why? Because we're using it too much? And what the question isn't, we're using it too much because it's OP. They got it all wrong, man. They're just looking at it wrong. We're using the D50 because it's the best we got. It's just that. You know what I mean? It's just that. We don't have any good pistols. Okay? No, not everybody has the Regulus, so you can hold your breath on that one. Not everybody has the Regulus. And there's not that many good high-end pistols out there that are effective for what we want them to do as a main, as being a really good use of my weapon swap time, you know? Everybody plays a little bit different, but you know, you lose your buffs for swapping out of them, right? So if I'm running the determined build on my rifle. If I switch to my pistol because I find it to be tactical to rotate through my weapons, I'm losing my buff when I do that. If you're running an SMG with killer and you switch out of that, then you lose it. If you're running a shotgun with pummel and you switch out of pummel, you lose your progress on pummel. There's so many weapons, most of them, their talents get dropped or reset if you switch weapons. The St. Elmo's like that. You have a progress bar on your hits for your shock ammo. So, and it's got a big mag. So if you rotate to your pistol, then you're gonna lose that progress bar. And then you're like, well, that's an easy fix, Tux. Just don't rotate to your pistol until you reach your reload point. Reload and then switch your pistol. Well, then now it's pointless to switch to my pistol. I just reloaded. Why would I want to switch to my pistol? The whole point of swapping to my pistol is to do a tactical reload and then swap to my pistol and skip over the animation because I'm in trouble. I need to quickly reload. But no, I mean, if you got time to reload, just take your shock ammo and run, right? Anyways, I just don't see where the D50 needed to be nerfed. The data is saying that we don't have any good pistols. Give us more good pistols. Not make the D50. The D50 is so overpowered, they need to nerf it so people will stop using it. Because it's so strong that it makes the other pistols look bad. That's a weapon that needs to be nerfed. It is so strong, it makes the other weapons look bad. And that's not what we have in the pistol category. It's that we have so many shitty pistols that the only one worth running really is the D50. I know there's some pistols that people like and they just kind of go to some of these other ones. I mean, the TDI card's got a nice little purpose to it. And, you know, those are usually being run just as, you know, hey, this is my favorite sidearm. I rarely use it, but when I have to, you know, it's just because there's an enemy that needs a couple of bullets just to quickly take him out because he's almost dead and I'm in a reload point, you know, so it's very circumstantial. But for a reliable power weapon, it's the D50. One that can potentially be used as a full-time weapon, it's the D50. TDI card for a skill build. And then obviously the Regulus is its own animal, and the Liberty is a special circumstance weapon. Same with the Mosquito. So, fine. There's not much in the game to make pistols as a main, right? There's no gear set tailored to that. We got the D&H set for pistols, so there's a little bit there, but there's no gear set for it. So the devs have clearly not intended for pistols to be a main weapon in this game, but for builds to be there for that. So it's not much of an issue. It never really was this category. I don't see why they had to nerf the D50. You know, this is one of the easy ones where I could say that all the pistols just should have got a buff and just leave it just leave it there. You know? Now, you can't say that about all weapons, and I'm not saying that about all weapons and gear, but with the pistol category, just buff them all. So I'm glad that they buffed the Harvest or the Magnum, because I do think it should be the better of the two weapons. But it didn't mean they needed to nerf the D50. That's a perfect example. It's just not logical. The data from the community is saying that we don't... That's what the data says to me. If I were to look at that data, I would say that, well, if they're only using this pistol, well, it's not that much stronger than the others, so it can't be because it's OP. You know what I mean? It's not. It's barely stronger than the others. And it's got horrible handling, so they're doing it as a last... It's just the only thing they got outside of the Regulus. Yeah, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't really like the D50. It does handle like shit, like Grumpy is saying. It handles like shit. But it's the best we got. It's a polished turd. You know, it handles like shit in a lot of games. You know what I mean? But we usually, in other games, we take it because it's so strong. X-Defiant, the pistol, the D50 is crazy. It's a one-shotter without talents. You know, obviously that's a different game, but you know what I mean? It's always strong. It's meant to be a very overpowered weapon in every game, and it's not in this game. But I'm excited to use this one. So let's equip the new pistol. I am excited about this pistol just because of the future changes. What did they just gave it a base damage increase? That's all we got. That's what it is. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to stick with crit damage, which sucks. Which we want damage targets out of cover, but I don't want eyeless. So we're gonna tinker this to determined, and then we're gonna run it on our current setup. See if we can pull it off. I think maybe what they should do is like a real change is that honestly, like if they're going to be doing this BS with the nerfing, they need to also nerf the expertise system again. Honestly. So some of these concessions were made with the expertise system in mind, right? Okay, let's put mods on this. I guess I'll put weapon handling because none of the other ones look good. Oh, and the crane skin. I kind of like just to keep this. It's nice, beautiful chrome self. Okay, so I'm going to take off protection from elites for now. And we'll run headshot damage. And then we'll back in elements once we feel the damage here. So let's optimize this. A very expensive process optimizing, by the way. Very expensive. It's painful. Even though I am like resource rich, really, honestly, it still bothers me. It's just like, God damn, that was expensive. You know what I mean? Like when I look at the costs, because the reality is that it's so easy to spend those elements when you have them. It's so easy, right? You just like, yo, click. But the reality is that some of those elements were extremely rare. In like relatively, right? They accumulate really slowly if you don't have a big watch. So one of the things, okay, we're gonna jump back a couple of minutes here, okay? So when I was over there at the dragon control point, the red dragon, we were talking about why now. Let's pick up our conversation. This is important, okay? So we're talking about specifically the I don't have it here, but the Scorpio. So the Scorpio's been in the game for a long time. It's about as old as the Memento, right? It's way back when. It's pretty close to the same age as Memento. Is that right? God, I remember all the details. I remember when they nerfed it. I remember the feedback. But it's pretty old. So how does the game go many years before and then just decide to nerf this gun now? I mean, did it just become the meta? Did it just become too powerful? And if so, why? Let's just run down that road. Why? How come now the weapon has been decided that it's too strong and out of balance compared to the other shotguns? How does that happen now? 612. It's base variant too, right? Okay, so there's 2 frames of thought here that we're gonna walk through. So one frame of thought is the weapon just reached its climax, or it just got to the point within the community where it is standing out. It is a nail that is standing out, and nails that stand out get hammered by the Division developers, right? So that's one frame of thought. The other frame of thought is we were going to nerf the community's favorite weapons, just not because it's overpowered, just to force them to use something else, to force the community to use something else, just because they're using it too much. They're using it too much. It's not overpowered, but we're going to nerf it so that they can use something else. Okay. Now, well, let's start with that one. If they did that, if that's what they were thinking, if that was their approach, that's fucked up. Okay. So let's hope that's not the case. Let's hope they didn't nerf it just because we were using it too much, because we liked it. Because it was our favorite weapon. We loved it. And so that's why we were using it a lot. So let's say, well, let's make it a little shittier so that they stop liking it so much. That is just not the way to manage any game. Okay, so let's hope that's not the case. Okay, so let's go down the other branch. The other branch is the weapon is so powerful that we have to nerf it because it stands out too much. And that's why the community is using it so much. And that's why they're not using any other shotgun. Well, okay, there's a lot to unpack there. So for one, we use all sorts of shotguns. The Super 90 is really powerful. They nerfed that one. The M870 is powerful. They nerfed that one. Okay. Now, I got to tell you, on both of those weapons, it requires skill to play with those. Both of those. The Super 90 and the M870 is not an easy weapon to adopt in the Division 2. That was a bad move on their part to nerf those weapons. They're used a lot, and when I say that, I say it relatively. Okay? But the reality is that they're very difficult weapons. A casual player that picks up the M870 shotgun and goes and tries to use it on the strongest build that they say us longtime players using, so Hunter's Fury, armor, craziness, right? And we're out there one-tapping everything and just making it look really easy. A new player comes in, does it, and they die within minutes, right? Because there's a giant skill gap there. And everybody can get to that point, but it takes time. You got to learn how to use shotguns. There's a lot of tricks that we don't get to explain. They're just kind of in our muscle memory, right? Like when we're reloading, how we're reloading, you know, the tactical reload situation, when we switch weapons, why we don't switch weapons, why I use my tactical 50 from distances, right? Why am I running sharpshooter? So that I can use, because your biggest threat in a shotgun build is distance. And so I run sharpshooter. Everybody else is running gunner because they want that armor on kill, but you don't need armor on kill. You need to survive from range. So I use my tactical 50 and I take out those guys from range. I pick up my headhunter buff and go around and one tap people. So it's, you know, and I got memento trophies laying around now too. So, you know, these are, my point is like that skill, there's mechanics related to it. It's complicated. It's not easy, but it's also what makes it fun. And then, but it's not abused. It's not a weapon that's overly used, but it's the best tools for the job, but very difficult to adopt. Now, on the other hand, you have your 612, which is your Scorpio shotgun. So the Scorpio shotgun is really easy to adopt. I mean, you pick it up, it's got a fast reload, and so that's the opposite of most shotguns. So most shotguns, you're worried about the reload. And that's the most painful part about shotguns. It's like, it's not about power. I mean, if you're worried about power with the M870, you know, I don't like saying this, but you're doing it wrong. You know, there's plenty of power there. What you got to do is you got to have answers for the problems you're going to face in game. And the problems you're going to face are distance, and you're constantly going to be pecked with micro damage. And so you need to have a solution for that. Armor on kill, bonus armor, a shield. But shields are going to slow you down. You have to be fast and agile, or you're going to get too much of that micro damage. So now you got a mechanic in there. You got to drop your shield. You got to use your bonus armor. You got to let your bonus armor absorb damage. All of this is a lot. That's a lot. The Scorpio eliminates a lot of those mechanics. So it's an easier shotgun for a newer player to adopt. And it'll work on a variety of, much more of a variety of builds, because it's just, there's nothing you have to worry about. And it's really strong, and you have got fast reloads. It's just, you know, it's a good gun, right? And it's interesting. I mean, when I don't use a Scorpio very much. I'm not a fan, because when I run shotguns, I want a shotgun. You know what I mean? I want to whack. You know what I mean? And the Scorpio doesn't do that. It's not a shotgun to me. It's a gimmick. But I'm not denying it's an amazing weapon. It's just not for me. But when I do run the Scorpio, I run it for its debuffs. I run it because they did a really good job designing its talent. And that's a good example of an exotic. An exotic that's interesting, not just about damage. Okay? So what happened to the Ouroboros, sadly, was inevitable. Bad developer design. We spent months talking about it. Months. Okay? Bad weapon design. When you base a weapon purely on damage, it's either going to be there, if it's the meta, until it's not. Okay? Until the new meta for damage comes out. Until the next DPS weapon comes out. Or the devs force it to no longer be the meta because it stood out for too much. And that's what happened. And so now what do we have? Okay, I'm not going to call it shit because I haven't used it. But we have a weapon that doesn't stand out from other SMGs. And it's got a shit talent on it. You know, and I'm not going to be too hard on that gun yet because I haven't tried it. So keep that in mind. I'm just saying that the talent needed to be there. And so what really irritated me about, I mean, I wasn't surprised with the Ouroboros. I mean, I was like, I can't believe they just nerfed it. I mean, I can't believe it, but I get it. You know what I mean? It had the highest burst DPS and the highest sustained DPS in the game. But I figured, let it ride, man. It's behind the incursion. You know, people are struggling to get that weapon. Let them feel rewarded. Like it was fucking worth it. You know? And now not so much. You know? I can easily make the case now. And I was already making the case back when it was new. I was making the case and be like, hey guys, honestly, this gun is pretty good. But the reality is on how it plays out in open world content, the average content that you're encountering, heroic open world, it works the same as the tactical vector that's not exotic. It works the same. The guy dies in the same amount of time. Your survival is the same. You clear content in the same amount of time. You know? So it's just a polished version of what we already have. Is it better on paper? Absolutely. You know what I mean? Way better on paper. But in actual gameplay, in heroic stuff, open world stuff, it performs the same. You know? Now, there are special circumstances where the Ouroboros stood out even more. And that's in the even more harder content, you know? But I ran the same exact build with the tactical vector and the Ouroboros doing 4-man legendary and came out with the same exact score, damage numbers, and top kills. Running in full armor on a striker build with the tactical vector and the exotic Ouroboros. The same results. That was my point. The same results. Is the Ouroboros better? Yes. And the reason why is because you just didn't have to care about the talent. Where with the tactical vector, whether you were running killer or something, there was something you had to worry about, right? Is it on? Is it off? Is it there? Do I have to reload to get it? Do I have to kill to get it? Whatever. And the Ouroboros it was just the weapon's uniqueness was its damage. Now what? Now, what's its uniqueness? Now, with the Scorpio's uniqueness, it's the damage, but that's not that unique because there are stronger shotguns. And all shotguns that's their thing is damage, right? That's what they have is damage. So, but the Scorpio's, its talent was interesting, and that's what drove me to that gun when I used it. It's like, okay, I can shock him, and if I get the shock, I can proc bonus armor for my team, something, right? And so those things will still be there, but that can be the saving grace on something like the Scorpio. But the Ouroboros, I will be genuinely worried about it. And the only reason why I might still run it is because they nerfed all of the good SMGs. All of the good SMGs are nerfed. The Banshee was nerfed. The Tactical Vector was nerfed. The Vector 45 was nerfed. That's the Dark Winter. The Ouroboros was nerfed. The MP7 was nerfed. The M1928 was buffed. I love that. The SMG9 was buffed. So, a lot of weapons were nerfed. So, I might still use it anyways. It's just going to be shittier. It's just going to be shittier. So I was running it the other day on an all red striker build. And I got to tell you, I didn't feel overpowered. I went to take on the MLK, and that's an all red striker Ouroboros build is about as good as it gets in this game. And, I died a couple of times, if I remember right, There's just way too much hazards in this game to try to run such a build, And it slows you down, really. I mean, you're better running off meta in that situation because you're going to go faster and clear the content faster because you don't have to worry about dying as much, So time to kill only gets you so far. And then you got to have added survivability on top of that in this game. There's way too much imperfection in this game. There's no playing perfect. There's too much bullshit, right? Random explosives, perfect aim, NPCs that don't die. They shoot perfectly while hopping and pointing their gun sideways. You know what I mean? Drug addicts that are coming at you every other second. Constant waves of hyped up chicks on green goo. So it's just like, way too many things in this game to really be godly, I guess I should say. Which is cool. Actually, it's cool. I like that. I'm up for that challenge. So, okay, so here we are with the Scorpio. So they've decided that the weapon is too strong for the game, and it's been years that it's been out. So how did it get there? How did the Scorpio get stronger all of a sudden? Well, let's look at the meta Scorpio build. What is the most used Scorpio build? I mean, you can run it on a striker. I don't think that many people do. It's possible, though. So it's Hunter's Fury. Well, Hunter's Fury's been around, I think, longer than the Scorpio, right? Hunter's Fury did come out at the same time as the Memento, if I remember right. And so, yeah, it wasn't that. So, well, what's come out since then that's related to shotguns? Well, I can think of two things. One is Project Resolve, and the other one is the expertise system. So, the conclusion that I would make would be that, well, what's happened since then? We reached level 26, right? Isn't that where we are with our expertise system, level 26? And so it's the expertise system is what I'm making assumptions here. I don't have any facts behind this, but I would suspect that it's the expertise system that is getting to the point where we get to the point that our weapons are going to be overpowered and they're going to have to nerf our weapons because we reach a certain level of expertise. So the community is getting to the point on their expertise where the weapons are out of the parameters that the developers have set for the spread between us and the NPCs and damage, the difference there. That would also be really fucked up because they gave us this system, and it's very grindy, and it's 1% at a time for lots of activities that we have to do. You know what I mean? 1% per season, basically, right? And so that's the only thing I can think of. And then the other thing is, well, they went around and gave a lot of weapon rebalances back in Project Resolve, which was not that long ago. And so maybe they overtuned that category. I can't remember. I'd have to go look, but that's possible. And that's also messed up, because I think from what I see from a lot of these changes that are coming, what I see is that they are reverting a lot of the changes that they made. The Banshee is one of them. Like, so Kanto one is saying that. So about the Banshee, that's the one of the Kant's favorite weapons. And I think that's what you said, right? And they just made the Banshee the meta, right? They made that with Project Resolve. They pushed it up, and now they're reverting the Banshee. They are. So they nerfed the Banshee, if you didn't know that, coming season. So, I mean, it was only all those development dollars, they're backing it out again. That's our money. Trashed. We paid for those changes. And one of the ways we paid for those changes is the delay of the DLC, right? They're like, hey, look, we got to do this Project Resolve because we need to do this rebalancing and improve the game so that the DLC will function nicely, right? And so that was expensive, man, to just go through and revert all those changes. That was an expensive cost to the community right there. We paid for that hard, and they're unwrapping it. A lot of those, even the gear changes. I wonder if I can do this. Let me put them up. Let's see if I can put them up. But some of these gear changes are, they're exactly, I mean, they're just like, that's exactly what they improved last season. The SR1 was mentioned. That was one of the ones that took a buff last season, or Project Resolve, whatever the hell that was. Let me see if I can get this on screen. I think I can. Hold on. Technology. Gear brand sets. Yeah, here we go. That's the one I want to see, right? Open. Brand set balancing. Yeah, let's look at brands. I mean, so they went, remember Project Resolve? This should look familiar. Because, let me see, do I need to move this? Or here, maybe? Let me adjust my screen. So. Here you go. But this should look familiar because we got something visually like this in Project Resolve, right? It was like this chart like this, and it showed us what was being buffed and what was being nerfed, and it was a red and green system like this. And so they're backing out some of those changes. So, but you could call it a rebalancing, but they went through a couple of cycles there. You know what I mean? And so that's, some of this is that. So if I could just be a little, fair, I'll be fair and say that, yeah, some of this is, they're tuning, right? Some of this is tuning. But some of these are actual nerfs. And then, so the tuning, and what I mean by tuning is they buffed something, right? Like Alps is one of those, actually. So Alps was, I think this was one of those buffed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this went from 15 to 20, maybe? Or was it always 20? Actually, I think it was always 20. Yeah, it was always 20 because Alps has always been equal to a mod. So you didn't always have to run Alps. You could just run a repair skill mod and it was the same. So this is a nerf. That's a flat out nerf. They decreased Alps Summit to 16.66%. What? What's with the 0.66%? Okay. Why Do you see that? That's a major system change right there, right? Like, our talents are now going to have 2 decimal points added to them, which is annoying to me. Just round it to 17%. Just give it to us, or at least to the half. You know what I mean? You're 8 or you're 8.5. What's with this 8.33 bullshit? I mean, that's fucking stingy, man. That's stingy. So what I can imagine has happened here is somebody put together like a meta, the best status effect build in the game, right? Electric and Golan and golded it out and all that shit, right? Status effects everywhere. And they made the strongest status effect game, and they were like, okay, nerf it by 15%. All right, well, where do you want me to put the nerf? Just spread it across everything. So that's what they did, right? I mean, what the fuck is up with the percentages? How does that, what? That's what they did. I mean, I can't imagine, right? Just like, what kind of tuning is this? It's got to be 0.33%. If it's 0.34, it's broken. Right? I mean, can you imagine that? Like, it can't be 8.34, because if it was 8.34, it would break. It'd be OP. So that wasn't the line, right? That wasn't the line. The line was just based off of something else. There was a build. They had to have created a build and said, nerf that build. Nerf this godly status of the build by 20%. And so everything, it's spread downward to all the individual parts. Really, Joy? That's crazy. All the changes make everything OP. Tell us more, Joy. Tell us more. What did you think, Joy? What did you think about the? Did you get to the enemy modifiers yet? Yeah, Fed Mache, I remember. Ted, that was a 300k hit on the SR1? That's crazy, man. Yeah, fully automatic rifles, tap, that's a quality of life thing. Other games have that, like the first Descendant has that. All the rifles are fully automatic. It's an option you can toggle in and off in your game settings. But it's so that you're not so hard on your technology, on your tech, your equipment, pounding on your trigger, you know. You did too, Mike? Are you on the PTS, Mike? Are you PC? I didn't know that. Yeah, I think it should be an option, though. I think they should make it an option. I mean, I know it's still RPM based, but some people, I think, like, that's part of the immersion. I mean, it's why we have triggers on our controllers. You know what I mean? Because we want that trigger feeling. Obviously, in assault rifles, you just hold down the trigger, and they're making the rifles like that too. But, you know. But it's a great option. I think it's great, but I think they should make it an option. But whatever. Not a deal breaker by no means. Wyvern, you like Wyvern? That was for you, Destroyer of Words. They destroyed one just for you. But tell me about these. So one of the things, I'm not worried about the bus, but that's great. They should feel strong. I mean, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. Because, you know, from my experience, you know, modifiers aren't necessarily supposed to shine. You know what I mean? So it's hear me out on here. Okay, so I'm not, I mean, I want to feel godly in this game. That being said, the reason why it's not a good idea for modifiers to take center stage on gameplay or your builds is because it sets up expectations. And or do I want to, I don't know if that's the word I want to use, but we start investing our enjoyment based on how we're performing with those modifiers, right? So does that make sense? Which feels great, right? Because we have modifiers. We have modifiers. Let me just explain it this way. So we get these modifiers. They're all based on range, right? And we get buffs based on that range. Different buffs, different ranges. And then, you know, the gear set is on theme with that. So the whole package is based off of range. And I like that. I like the theme thing. And so we feel really good. We feel really godly. It's, in theory, I'm not playing it, but in theory, it's balanced for different styles of gameplay. So, you know, if you're a range player, you get some buffs for you, and, you know, you're not always going to get the short-term buffs. And for those that play short-term, you have some buffs for you, and you're not always going to get your range buffs. So that's really cool, you know, if they've thought that out. And I think they have. That's the idea. And so the problem is that you can't really mentally invest in that or invest in your builds to that so much because they all go away and you get something new the next season. You know, so that power goes away. You get a different set of power. You know, so I'm thinking out loud here. So the reason why it's in other games that's never been too much of an issue, which is kind of good and bad, is because the modifiers aren't front and center. They're complementing things. You know, it's a little bit over here, a little bit over there, a little bit over here. The downside of that is what I'm seeing is players are like, oh yeah, I kind of don't care about the modifiers because, you know, yeah, great, I get them. I turn them on and then, you know, whatever. And so, but because they don't stand out so much, I'm not going to be like, woo, I'm so excited. I feel like God, you know? But that's kind of good too. I mean, it's there. It's something to grind for. It's like the expertise system that way. It's something to grind for on top of everything else you're grinding for. You know what I mean? But the reason why that's good is because what you're investing in is your character and your build. No, they nerfed those SMOD. They nerfed them both. I'll show you. So, you know, that's the one we just saw. Yeah, here's Grupo takes a hit, Providence takes a hit, and so does Cheska. Cheska is like, really? Yeah, I don't know. Because I don't want to invest in the modifiers. I want to invest in my builds. And I'm not talking about physically. I'm talking about mentally. You know what I mean? And so I don't want to get too attached to that. Like, it's sort of like the global events, right? Like, if you love the Division 2 because only when you're playing Reanimated, and when Reanimated goes away, it sucks, right? If that's how it was for you. That's how it was for you, right? Like, I only love the Division 2. I love the Division 2 when Reanimated is here, but when Reanimated goes away, it's just like, and Golden Bullet comes in next season. You know, I don't really like the Division 2 that much. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's how I'm saying it, how I want to say it. I had to think about how I want to convey that message. But yeah, anyways, I'm just saying it for what it is, right? So I'm just saying that, like, they want to be careful how they balance that into our builds. Like, you want to notice it, but you don't want to rely on it. Like, I notice our changes over on the First Descendant with its modifiers. Like, on certain characters, there's one where your cooldowns are a lot faster. Because of these modifiers, your cooldowns are a lot faster. And I notice it. I'm like, man, I'm just spamming here. But when those modifiers go away, I wonder if I have that same feeling. I don't know yet. You know what I mean? I don't know yet. But when they go away and be like, am I going to like this build as much? Or am I going to be like, oh my God, I'm missing that cooldown. Now it sucks. The same content I was fighting a month ago. I was kicking ass because these modifiers were giving me better cooldowns. And now I take on the same content and I'm struggling. You know? With the same build, I'm struggling now because the modifiers changed and it changed my experience in this mission. I get that. That's the point, right? Nukes changes strategy now, I guess, right? The thing is about that and where it conflicts with the fundamentals of the Division 2 is that we are, and we have been, always for the long run. And I think this is important because we are always striving for the elusive perfect build. That's the goal. Every season, let's just say it's your striker build. We have several builds, right? We got a skill build, you got your hybrid, you got your tank, whatever. But every season, when they introduce something new, we don't necessarily go out and make a new build. We do. But one of our objectives, our long stick objective, okay, is to take our favorite build and to progress it. So, for example, like with my character, like this is my XP build. And so my job every season, I pick up my favorite build for XP, this tool, and I look at the new gear and I say to myself, can I take this build to the next level? Right? So that's long-term investment here. You know, we're progressing not just our build, but our one character. And that's why seasonal characters were such a bad thing for the community, or why they were not accepted. That's one of the reasons. It's because we're in it for the long game. We're building this guy, this character. These are his tools. And we don't want them to go away next season. We want them to get better next season. And if there's a new build that does the same job, but better, then we're going to replace this build with that new one. And that's where build diversity comes in, right? This is the best tool for the job right now. This is my XP build. I obliterate everything that makes the game easy, right? Okay. And now if they give me a new build set called Hunter's Dilemma that blends what Hunter's Fury does and Negotiator's Dilemma, and I go and test it, and it does the same thing I do here, but better, then I am now going to deprioritize this. I'm going to strip this build down, scrap it for parts, and then I'm going to replace it with the new build. That's what build diversity does. I mean, it's only when we're, you know, I mean, I do this very daily because I run a channel, right? Here's a new idea, here's a new idea, here's a new idea, here's a new idea. But the reality is that average players don't do that too much unless they're bored, right? Like we run out of things to do. Well, I'm just going to go fuck around with different builds. Just go do things with different builds. But most of us are spending the little gaming time that we have every week, whatever amount of hours that is for you, 10 hours, 15, 50. We spend that to perfect our build. So we're out there farming for perfect mods. We're out there farming for resources to level up our weapons. We're grinding the expertise system. We're progressing into our long game. And so that's what you sign up for in the Division 2. In any looter shooter, I think. You know, and I think this is an issue. I mean, this isn't just a Division 2. They're signing up for the same battle that everybody else is signing up for, the casual player, right? The guy that wants to come in for a couple hours a season and then we'll see him next season. You know, it's an appealing thing. I mean, it's something. It should be in their goal, in one of their goals, because, you know, it's a way to drive in more players. And also, you know, it's just fighting to be our main game isn't always the right answer. That's asking for a lot, right? is saying, hey, we want all of your gaming hours. We're going to make this build or this weapon or this expertise system so fucking grindy that if you're not pumping in 40 hours a week into our game, then you're going to miss out. So if you like this game, you're pumping in 40 hours, buddy, or you're missing out. And that's hard on players, man. That's hard. That's tough to do to a player. You know? And so if you love the game, you get into it, and then you realize that, fuck, it's a grind, man. If I don't put 40 hours, I'm not going to be like my friends who are out there kicking ass. I feel like shit. You know, so it's good that they have these casual systems, and that's what modifiers are. It's a casual system, you know? Don't get too attached because they're going away, just like you. You know what I mean? Like, come back next season, we'll have new ones for you. You know, it's not like that. They don't want us to go away. They want us to keep us engaged for the entire. They want us to be here. So, but I think that's the challenge with it to get the community to accept it is how much is this gonna supersede our current builds and our long-term mentality, and then how much of it is going to be a complement to our long-term builds, a synergy to that concept. And that's what, in my mind, what we want is more of a synergy to it all, right? A complemented system. We like it, but it doesn't overshine our build. It's not the golden bullet. And like the golden bullet's a perfect example, right? Do you remember the days when we were running global events for 2 hours at a time? 2 weeks at a time. Remember those days? And so what happened for me, I stopped playing the global events. I couldn't do them for 2 weeks. It was just too much. The too much part was the game got boring. How is that possible? The golden bullet's everybody's favorite event, right? Everybody loves golden bullet. How are you getting bored with the golden bullet? Right? Because it made it so. The reason why it wasn't that it made the content too easy. I enjoyed the power, right? It finally feels good to have a realistic time to kill. And it was conditional, right? But it felt great. The power felt great, finally. And that's why everybody loves it. More data for the devs. Hello, devs, pay attention. That's the power we want. This is what you're giving us. Why do you think more people log in and come back for the golden bullet than they do for any other content that you drop in the season? Pay attention to the data. They're telling you, we want that power. If you don't give it, we're not here. There's a direct correlation in the data. Look at the hours played during global events. We're getting the power that we want. Why does it have to be here for such a short period of time? You give us that power we want, then maybe we'll be here longer. But I get it, you know? Tease us with it. And, you know, again, it's all in fear of, but they're in fear of giving us too much power because then we'll break the game. And then we'll get bored and we won't come back. That's their big fear. That's the big fear. They're always worried about that. And that's why everything gets nerfed. It's because they're afraid we're going to get too powerful and then we're going to get bored. Trust me, that's not what's fucking boring us in this game. Right? It's not because we're too powerful. But too much power can be a bad thing. And this is a direct link to the modifiers. Okay, so hear me out. My thoughts are clearing here. And what they're saying to me is this. I'm seeing this golden bullet situation where I got bored playing the golden bullet. It wasn't because of the power, that powerful feeling. It was that the golden bullet was so strong that the build became pointless. It didn't matter. And the same thing for Reanimated. They buff, and it's still like that for Reanimated. Even though it's only a week, I don't have that much fun with Reanimated anymore. And it's my favorite global event. I barely played it this last season. I barely played it. And the reason why is because it is so strong that you could run whatever fucking build you wanted and you were one-shotting everything. I couldn't nerf my build anymore. I was running maximum armor, full protection from elites, You know, just like everything. It just like I was running weapon handling instead of headshot damage. I was running one of the weakest pistols in the game and one shattering everything on rapid fire. You know, it's just like, the build didn't matter. And so it wasn't the power feeling. The powerful feeling was the best part. The problem is that we are mentally invested in our builds. We work hard for these builds. That's why seasonal characters didn't fly, because it overrided that. And that's what the global event, or right now, currently, the reanimated event does to our builds, and why it became less fun, for me at least, is that it's just like my build is pointless. Why am I here? For the fucking builds. Okay? No, that's not only reason, but that's a big chunk of this content. Look at all of this stuff. I mean, look at my stash and my stash space. What is that? That's all build. Everything you do is related to a build. You might be here for missions. You might be here for raids and incursions and legendaries, but it all comes down to builds at the end of the day. You know, maybe you use templates and you just copy that template. That's great. Whatever your way is of making those builds, you're invested in them, whether you like it or not. It is, and that's why this is a dead season right now. It's because they gave us 2 seasons of shit gear, and you can only have so much of that before it's just like, why am I fucking here? You know what I mean? I'm playing the same missions over and over again, but now I don't have builds. I have the same builds I've been running for 6 years, and I can go from days on that stuff. But I've been going for years on that stuff, right? So you got to keep giving me builds and gear. And so what I'm saying here is that if the modifiers are too strong in any way, then they could make the enemies too strong. This is a very delicate dance, and why modifiers are not that hot in a lot of games. They're just there, but nobody plays these games for the modifiers that I know of. Let me know if I'm wrong there, okay, guys? But like if you go to another game and you play because of the modifiers, please tell me. But I mean, from my experience, they're just always kind of a nice to have. And if they're too strong, then that toggle off button is going to be checked to off because I don't want them to override my builds. Reanimated overrides your build. And it's just like, yeah, it's great, but you know, is my build good or not for the long term? Because when this reanimated goes away, you know, and I'm investing in my build this way, I go and farm 6 hours to get my my chest piece here, and to get it, and then I optimize it with another 20 hours worth of materials, and then I expertise it with another 40 hours of playtime. You know what I mean? I did all of that based on these modifiers, and then the modifiers go away and I get new modifiers, and now I find that this chest piece that I massively invested in is not meeting my needs anymore. You know what I mean? And that's the problem, right? Is that our gear isn't short term. We don't get enough of it to be short term. The only way to get the gear to match the modifiers is to give us so much gear. I'm not talking about quality or quantity. I'm talking about variety, right? So that they would need to give us a lot of variety so that we don't mentally invest in our gear too much. But we don't get enough of that. So we get something we like. We get the Hunter's Fury set. We get the Memento. We get Palisades. And then we farm the shit out of it. And we say, I really like this. And I don't get very many things that I like. So I'm going to invest in it. You know what I mean? This season, we didn't get shit, right? I mean, we got some decent gloves, the Eagle's Grasp gloves, and everything else was kind of crap. Everything was crap. So nobody invested in anything. But I farmed the shit out of those gloves, and, you know, I optimized them or whatever. And so I'm mentally locked in on those gloves, right? They're part of my build compilation, whatever build that is. And so, you know, so when you mentally invest in that, because you have very few things to invest in, and then they come in and change the modifiers, and you just spent a lot of time creating this build that you thought was going to be good and felt good because those modifiers were here, and then the modifiers are gone, and now that investment it's shattered. You know, your hopes and dreams are shattered. You know what I mean? You're back to the drawing board. And I like that in theory. I mean, in theory, it's cool, right? All right, new project, let's go. You know what I mean? But this game has been so long-term. You're talking about a shift in dynamics. And that can't be good for any game. You know what I mean? They can't be good for any game to change the dynamics in a single season. And that's what they're doing potentially with these modifiers. Now, I'm not saying that is what they're doing. The key word here is potentially, because I haven't tried them. It's going to take us probably all season to find the true answer to that. You know what I mean? Like, I can't say I'm going to go in on day one and say, oh my God, they're overwriting my build. I don't know. Because you have to, it's a progression system. You're going to unlock it. And so, you know, they want us to unlock it sooner than later so that we can use it throughout the season. You know what I mean? So there's that. Okay, here's the other side. So that's one way it can go, right? One way it can go is that the modifiers are so strong for us that it overrides our build, and then it comes down to the point where we're saying, like, this is what we don't want to say, which is, it doesn't matter what fucking build you run, man. The content is so easy now because of the modifiers. Just put on whatever you fucking want. All right? And we've seen that in other games. So the First Descendant has that problem, right? Like, you start out weak, and this isn't because of modifiers, but it's because of the builds. You start out weak, and then you get to this point, like 80%, when you're 80% invested into your builds, you are so fucking godly, there's no content that challenges you really anymore. You know? You just mow everything over. We're talking about the most difficult bosses in the game you can beat in 9 seconds. And it feels good. Don't get me wrong. But we also want the challenge. And that challenge is coming this season on the 10th. And so we're looking forward to that. But I know what that feels like. I know what that feels like. And it doesn't feel good. It gets boring. It gets boring. And so we don't want to get there. Just say, you know, to the point where it's just like, and that's where it is. So all my builds are maxed out in the First Descendant. So, you know, the reality is I could pick any one of those tools out of my tool belt and go smash any of the fucking content, you know? So what I've done is subdivided my builds. Well, my bunny build is only for farming, you know, and then my Ajax build is only for defense. I'm not going to go run around with an offensive Ajax build. It's like, if I start doing that, then I start losing the point of my bunny. You know what I mean? So I've had to categorize my builds. This for this situation. I'm building this for this situation. And so that's making the game, that fixes my problem. Got to strategize, right? So with the Division 2, you can't really do that. You can't really do that. It's much more complicated than that. So if our modifiers, okay, I'm going to position to the pivot, but just to recap that, if our modifiers are so strong, our builds won't become valuable anymore. It's going to devalue a considerable amount of the game. So that's what happens when the modifiers are too strong for us. So you don't want that. You want them to complement us, give us a little edge. And I'm not saying I don't want to feel powerful in the game, but I'm just saying I don't want them to override our builds. So that's where the devs need to fight. That's the happy place. Okay. The other side is if they buff the NPCs, the hostile mods. So there's something called hostile modifiers, and you don't get to choose those. And I don't know exactly how they work. Maybe Joy can tell us. But are the hostile modifiers, Joy, on all the time, on every mission, the same ones? Or is it only on those priority objectives? Or is it always changing? I know it's somewhat faction related. I mean, there's very confusing the way they did it. But you can't choose them. Okay. Yeah, that's what I understood. Are they locked in by faction, or, you know, what's the permanency of those? What up, Onyx? Appreciate you, Good.
Will you remember me? Remember.
So no matter what content you run, whether it's your standard heroic mission. There, if you have modifiers turned on globally, then they're on globally. So it's basically global events always on, all around. All right, good to know. Okay, so the downside of that is a couple of things. So you can choose yours. So you have your global modifier, that's always on. And then you have your passive and your active modifiers, which you can configure, right? So you can choose yours, but you can't choose the enemies. So what are we doing with directives? We could turn it off, but if we turn it off, we're also turning off ours too, right? And then why are we here? You know what I mean? It goes back to that. We're playing Division Original, right? I know what you mean, though. Yeah, I hear you. So, it's like you're always running directives. And again, is there user data on that? Yes. Do you understand? There's user data on this in 2 different places, okay? One is in our simple directives situation. And you'd have to ask the community how many people love directives. People do. People do love directives. There's some people that only play with directives. They like the challenge. These rotate every season. This is basically the Seasons 2.0 reskinned, right? Except they're all debuffs. The buff is to XP, and that's why we run them. That's what the data is saying. For many players, including yours truly, I run directives because of the XP. That's it. If there was a mission to go run directives, I would do that. And I do that sometimes, but how often do you see me do it? We're talking about the summit. So about once a season, I climb the summit from floor 0 to 100 just for the challenge with all 10 directives. You know, so I'm not looking for XP because it's shit XP in the summit. But when I'm putting on directives in the open world, it's for XP. I don't need XP, but you guys do. So I show you how, right? Builds and whatever. And so it's nobody really I don't want to say nobody because there are people that like directives. There's a community that does. And so that might be you. And I get it. So it's just that there's a lot of people that don't. There's a lot of people that think this game is hard. There's a lot of people that think this game has full of bullet sponges. And that's the worst part about our directives. Anything, and I will always say this, to Kingdom Come, anything that buffs the NPCs, I am not a fan of. I'm not happy, never have been, but I still play this game. I've never been happy with where the NPCs are. I think they're way too bullet spongy. They hit way too hard. And that's why you don't see me running in the open world with the community, but just because it's not a pleasing experience. I do in Legendary. I do in heroic missions, right? Because they're much more balanced. But in the open world, it's horribly balanced. Way too tanky. I mean, even in Legendary, but it's the most hard. It's sort of the point. We're signing up for that pain, right? So it's anything that gives the NPCs an edge is horrible. And this is the worst one here, Ragers. It's the worst one because it gives them more armor or health, but it makes them stronger. It gives them more HP. So that's the worst one. And then Fragile Armor, and we don't usually say it's the worst one, but from that perspective it is. But Fragile Armor is worse too because it essentially makes them hit harder. And same with special ammo. Essentially, they hit harder. Their status effects is all over the place. They have all sorts of status effects, and then we're giving them more. And then that hits harder because you're going to get damage over time, and some of that is amplified damage coming from the enemies. And it's less armor for you, so you can take less bullets. So in a way, you're taking more damage in a way. So these are horrible, right? And so what I'm getting to is that the modifiers that they're bringing are directives that you can never turn off, and they're always there all season. You know what I mean? I would dispatch. I would like more enemies. That's a good question. I've always said that too. I'm pretty consistent with like that. I like horde modes. You know what I mean? I want because welcome dispatch. Good to see you. I was thinking about you a lot, actually, when the nerfs came, because I was like, yep, there's that question that dispatch asked. Should they nerf strikers? Right? It's a good question. I'm not surprised, but I didn't expect them to nerf everything. Like the Scorpion, Ouroboros, and Obliterate to go with it. I was like, we just got the Obliterate buff. That was just the other day. They taking it away? Fall in love, take it away. Fall in love, take it away. I don't love the nerfs. I think it's a bad idea, but I just explained it for 2 hours, so I'm not going to explain it again. But I don't want you guys to suffer through that. I don't mind the shakeup, so I'll just kind of leave it at that. Like, I agree with the shakeup of the metas, and totally on board for that. But this game is not thriving, okay? It's not thriving. We've lost a shit ton of players this season, and we just lost more. And I know not everybody sees that perspective, but man, if you see the comment sections, people are saying, I just uninstalled. I just uninstalled. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Now, do some of those people come back to try out the new content? Absolutely. Yep. But will it keep them? And I don't think so. I don't think anything we're seeing is going to keep players around. I can't imagine people saying, oh, thank God, I was going to uninstall, but now that they nerfed Striker, I'm going to stick around. I mean, that's just not coming out of too many people's mouth. I realize there's a small percentage of players that are might say that. I just can't imagine. I mean, even though I don't like to see Striker being so overused, it wasn't the way. It wasn't the way to change the behavior. The last thing this community needs is a nerf on anything. We are so far from being powerful. I mean, I know some people think that Strikers is strong. I don't. I think Strikers is weak. Because I play other games. You know what I mean? I know what it feels like to be strong. And in this game, we are nowhere close to being strong. On the strongest fucking build. Running the Nemesis, we're not strong. You know? If the Nemesis was a Striker build, it still wouldn't be strong. They've made sure of that. They put helmets on Chungas, right? You know you can't one-tap that dude unless you got like some crazy crack speedrunning team. So it's just like, yeah, we don't need any nerfs. We didn't, The problem wasn't the Strikers set. The problem was we don't have enough tools to meet the challenges of the game. And so all they did was give us less tools. Well, I don't want to say that. We have the same amount of tools that are less good. That's the best way to put it, right? The same amount of tools that are less good. And I get that this is all the changes that they have made is from the lens of a bigger picture, right? But the bigger picture should be, how do we retain players and how do we bring in more? They need to plug the leaks. We're losing too many players, Like, if the position is, I'm glad they nerfed Striker at the cost of thousands of players, you're going to be alone with a very small community. Not alone, but very small community of people left in the game, Oh, good, we don't need those crybabies anymore who don't like nerfs. It's about, balanced builds. Is it though? Is it really what the game is about? Or is it about having a good time and enjoying the fucking game? You know what I mean? Because we're very far away from being strong in this game. Strikers was not it, I promise you. We were balanced the wrong way. We needed to go the other way. We needed power everywhere. And I'm not saying the solution to Striker was to buff everything else. That's a very simplified way of looking at it. but we need to close in that gap. That's would improve the experience in the Division 2 to have a little bit of that power fantasy. You know, you don't even get it in the Descent. You know what I mean? You have to get to like level 20 before that fantasy gets there, and you're fatigued the fuck out.
Not to know the answers. They will come to you.
Yeah, I love the weapon handling buffs.
Least expected.
So I'm not saying that they nerfed everything to shit, but they flattened the curve, right? And it's just like, who cares about this right now? You're killing the game has been dying, man. You know, it's there's an open wound. Stitch it up before you start doing that stuff. You know what I mean? Bring in players, retain them. It's just weird. They managed this game as if there's a giant fucking community pouring in. You know what I mean? And it's just like, man, oh man, we better balance this game because we got a long road ahead of us. Fuck, man. Every season I'm kind of like, man. Every season, like, man, is this it? Is this it? Is this gonna be the one where they shut down the servers? Well, they consolidated them, so it's a little closer. But so again, it's not about Striker. It's not about the Scorpio, the Ouroboros. It's not about any one thing. It's about, there's data from the community, and the data is saying this is what we want, and the devs aren't driving changes based on the data. They're driving them based on what they think is best. And we are very far apart on those two things. And so some people will agree with the devs, but the data is saying something else. The data is saying, I want XP farms. Look at how happy people are about the 5 XP farm. And they were saying, I'm going to go for the 1,000 levels. You know what I mean? We have a whole video dedicated to that. Like, why don't the devs do XP farms? You know what I mean? Like every other game does. XP weekends, you know, double XP weekends. Give us XP farms, man.
Want to know the answers.
The data's saying it. We want it. Why would you take all the XP away from the game? People are saying, I am willing to do the same mission for 20 hours a week just so I can get XP. I mean, that's good for the game. And if he wants to do it, let him do it. And other games, the developers are saying, we hear you. And so you don't have to spend all your time on one mission. We're going to give you other spots that give you the same XP that mission is. So you can have a more engaging experience. Other developers are actually doing that. We're playing those games. I know that for a fact. And so they're saying, oh, you instead of running that same mission over and over again, we're gonna buff all of the similar missions that are just like that. So all of them will deliver that great XP. You know, we hear you, community. The data is saying you want XP. We're gonna give it to you. That's what the community wants, you know. And you obviously don't give everything to the community. I'm not saying that, right? Like, not all, you can't just give and then break the vision of the game, right? And so the community doesn't always know best. So you still have to make logical decisions and make sure they're in line with the objectives. But, like, you know, I'm just saying that this game is in its very, very, very mature stage of its life cycle where these types of decisions should be handled more delicately. And like I'm saying, like I was, where we were going here was that these shifts and our build dynamics in a single season is a little bit scary. More for me, because I don't trust these devs. I don't trust their decisions. I haven't for a while. I think they're very disconnected from the community. And it's not about Striker. Okay, way before Striker, right? But they're disconnected from the community. Why is everybody running Striker? Because they don't feel strong. And Striker was just the only thing that we had that got us closer to crossing that chasm. And it wasn't even that good. It was just the best we had. And so everybody raved about it. What's the best build? Striker. But it wasn't that good. You had to sacrifice a lot to run that striker build. Where a Heartbreaker was giving you bonus armor. Hunter's Fury gives you armor on kill. It was only as good as you made it. So it's not that good. It didn't need a nerf. They want to change the behavior, so they nerfed something. They didn't need to do that. There's other ways to change that behavior. We need better tools and take off the bullet sponginess from these enemies. I'm not saying make it easy. I'm saying they don't need to be bullet sponges. And there's a lot of people that do not like the Division 2. Look at our player numbers because of that. And then by nerfing strikers, it's like, great. They're basically bullet sponges even more. All my expertise has just been flushed down the toilet. I'm back to where I was before the expertise, basically. And I just invested in my striker gear set. I just perfected it with my optimization station. And now, they're nerfing it, So it's not about striker. It's about that chasm and the player data. They're not listening, But that being said, the modifiers. So the other thing about the enemy, so they're basically, in order to get your power-ups, you have to run directives, and I don't know what that feels like. So maybe they're not annoying, but like if I just look at the global directives, or I'm sorry, the global events. If I just look at the global events, look what the devs did. So the devs actually, on that one, took data and they tailored the content to the data that they had. So the data was saying, what the data was saying was, we don't want the NPCs to get buffs. We just want us to have the buffs. That's what the global events data was saying, right? You remember this? So they went around and they buffed or they reworked all of the global events. And then they made them so that the enemies got less or no buffs. It just depends, right? Each one was tailored differently. And then we got more perks and buffs, and there was a variety of things, right? And some worked out to be just fine. Some weren't changed at all, like Golden Bullet wasn't changed at all, which I guess makes sense. And then, Reanimated was overtuned. And so it basically killed Reanimated for me, right? It wasn't that fun. It's not that fun anymore. And so that's the data. The data says players don't want the enemies to be more annoying or stronger in any way. They're already too strong. I think some of the strongest enemies in the industry of gaming. They're like horrible, right? So, but that's also somewhat why we like it, because they seem smart, right? They seem like they're smart AI. And so it makes the challenge, and so we like a good fight. Who doesn't? But the bullet sponginess is really annoying, and then when you stack the hazards on top of that, it can be a very frustrating experience, right? But the worst part about it is when you pump in, a full mag on an all-red striker build, and he's still coming at you and punches you in the face, and then you die from a punch. And so what's so scary about this game is the melees are a bigger threat than the bullets, and the bullets are a goddamn great threat. It's like, wow, the punches are death punches, right? So the system that they're bringing in, you can't enjoy unless you're willing to take on the directive side of it. And we just experienced this also in the first Descendant. So they released their global modifier system just like the Division 2. It came with Season 1 in the first Descendant, and it had buffs to us and debuffs too. So you'd get more health with a little bit of loss of defense, for example. They were just little bits. But the community was like, no way, that sucks. Data got fed to the devs. They backed out all the negatives, so it was all good. Only positives. What ended up happening? It did not break the game. Okay, so people don't even really care about the modifiers. They're only buffs, and they're people are like, oh, it's great. I have them, but I'm not going to break my back over them. You know what I mean? I'm more invested in my builds, long term. I'm more into the long term because the modifiers are going to change every season. There are small incremental changes. And so I don't like that attitude either. So I'm not happy with that either. I need to be a little bit more than that, but not enough where I like it so much that it's going to suck when it goes away. I don't want that. I'd rather not have it. I don't know what you call that. You know what I mean? But I'd rather not have that. Isn't that weird? I know that's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, but it might just be a Division 2 thing for me. It might be every game, but I'm really into reliability, and I've been like that with all of when I create builds and stuff like that. It's just like, oh, this talent's not really reliable. It's barely, the uptime isn't great. So I'm just not going to use it because I'd rather use something that's there for me when I need it, And so, every season, there could be a trend. We could get lots of buffs, so it's just what I'm kind of getting to here, I guess, nuts and bolts. It's just that it's a very delicate balance of good and bad here. And I'm not sure I like any bad being part of the equation because it doesn't need to be. Not because I don't like a challenge, but the challenge is already there. It always has been, and the devs have been very careful to never let it go away. We're talking about one dump truck of dirt to try to fill the Grand Canyon chasm of damage difference. That's what these modifiers are. So if you put that dump truck is not going to make a difference in closing in that gap of the Grand Canyon, and so these modifiers, as strong as they could ever be, we just don't need the negative or the hostile modifiers to go with it. We don't need them. And so some people are not going to mind it. Some people are going to enjoy it. Let me put it this way. Some people are going to enjoy it. Some people are going to tolerate it, And then there's going to be a considerable amount of people that will hate it. And then they're going to turn it off the system because they don't like running those downsides. They're going to struggle with them. Maybe because they're new, maybe because they need to get good, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter. It's that they will exist. And the challenge will be, well, the truth is, let me put it this way. The truth is you can't make everybody happy. And I don't think that's what we're asking for here, right? And so we don't need to make everybody happy. We just need to be making decisions on the data that is coming in from the community and making changes to the game based on that. And so at this stage, the one thing we have to look at is if these modifiers are going to be such an impact that they're changing the dynamics of the build system in the game, good or bad. How do you say this? Positive or not, that could be really bad for the game. Does that make sense to you? The reason why it's bad for the game is because it's like, it's not what people signed up for the Division. It may not be. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So, like, we have this build system in place. It's not perfect, but it's what we signed up for. It's what we like about the game. We want more of that, right? We want more of it. The talks are, give me more power, give me more build diversity, give me additional build slots. None of this is saying we're too strong. Where in the data is that saying we're too strong? Give us more global modifiers. The enemies are too strong or too weak. We need more of a challenge. None of that is. Nobody is ever saying that. The people that are saying the game is too easy are people like me and are people like you that have been playing since 2019. Those are the people that have everything, the people that are maxed out on their expertise, the people that have their God World strikers and God World, the people that are in a clan, that have friends that they can play with. You know what I mean? The people that have 1,000 exotic components. These are the people that are saying this game is too easy. You know? It's not about get good or not. It's about, you know, it's repetitive. It's a looter shooter. We're playing the same missions over and over again. It's gonna eventually get easy. It's not the NPCs that get easier, though. It's that you have everything fucking memorized. You get it? So I don't feel good about myself because this game is easy. I'm not some Jedi fucking master. It's all memorized. I know where the spawns are. I can tell you how many elite enemies are going to spawn and when they're going to spawn in each of the legendary missions. Right? I know how to solo many of these missions. So it's just like, and it's not because I'm good. It's because I got it memorized. Where do I stand and when do I need to stand there? Who do I shoot first based on when and who comes out of that door and what door, right? All of that can be memorized. And once you memorize it, you know, there are subtle variations in the game. But other than that, it's very easy to manage. And these are the reasons why the game gets easy. Not because our builds are so fucking powerful. And that's where the devs are confused. You know what I mean? And that's where the players are confused. You know? And so, you know, so that's the perspective. That's the paradigm that we face. And so with these modifiers, for the people that don't have, you know, that aren't speed running legendary missions, for the people that don't have them all memorized, for the people that haven't resorted to soloing legendary missions because they have nothing else to do, okay? So for not those people, the other ones, they're running strikers because they have to, because there's no other real tool to get them closer or to close that chasm just a little bit. I mean, there's a pretty hard line in this game, and it's hard, man. There's a line there, and it says you're either at this threshold or you're dead when it comes to group content, right? And so, if you want that line to be softer, you resort to solo gameplay for. We're talking about heroic content. Obviously, there's challenging and normal. But for heroic content, if you want that line to be softer, if you want to blur that line, you go to solo content. And how many solo players do we have in the Division 2? Holy shit. So many. So many. Solo PvE builds is the top search word in Google or YouTube. Same thing. Solo PvE build. Solo PvE build. Best solo PvE build, technically. And then there's variations of that. Heroic. You know, DPS. Assault rifle. So, like, these are classics, right? And so, it's because... So, that's more data for the community. Or for the developers, right? What is that data saying? Well... Why is it just because there's a bunch of these same people are playing other games cooperatively, and they're also playing co-op, but just not much. If we want to change that behavior, what are the differences there, right? And so one of the best ways to deal with that is, in my opinion, what's the word I'm looking for? Is to get rid of the dynamic scaling in the game. Toss it, junk it. It's garbage. So what I'm talking about are the fact that the enemies, these really bullet spongy enemies, get spongier when you decide you want to play with friends. They get stronger. And why? Well, because there's more damage coming out of you. Because there's 4 of you now. So if all 4 of you are shooting at that one target, then he's going to go down so easy. What's the point of your build? Right? Time to kill's too fast. When you got 4 striker builds shooting at one red NPC, you know, at 2.7 million, or let me see, what is he on legendary? 3 million. So when you got 4 players putting out 20 million DPS shooting at a legendary normal that only has 3 million, you know, or what? Technically that's his base, and then he's going to get 1.7 multiplier. So let's just round that up to 2. So he's got almost 7 million in armor. You know what I mean? Then yeah, he's going to go down pretty quick, right? Why is that a bad thing? Well, the devs determined it was a bad thing, right? And so in my mind, this game is upside down and it needs to be flipped. In my mind, in the First Descendant is like this. So there's no dynamic scaling in the First Descendant. There's no dynamic scaling in a lot of games. And I think those are better placed and more inviting. And the reason why is because, well, when you squad up, shouldn't you be stronger as a squad or a group? Well, you know that scenario where I was saying there's 4 striker builds shooting at one red guy? Yeah, it doesn't happen that much, right? The reason why it doesn't happen is because you're randomly matchmaking, and a lot of time you're not on comms. So yes, some people are in clans. Yes, some people only play with their friends and are well coordinated, but most people don't. Most people, even if they are in clans, they're not on comms, and they're just running. They're just playing, right? They're just helping each other out, but they're not focus firing from one target to the next when there's 40 enemies running out and you're spread out across that checkpoint, right? You're shooting at different targets until you're not. It's a mix. So that's just, the dynamic scaling is designed around this perfectly coordinated team play, and no game is doing that. Well, they are, but you know, it's not very common, you know, not even in this game. I play with friends all the time, and we start at the front, we work our way to the back. Does not mean we're all shooting the same target. There's too many of them. It is, divide and conquer isn't the best way, but it's a way that we all resort to because we have to. There's 4 of us, there's 20 of them, you know, and they're all coming at us at once. There's explosives, we're ducking and we're dodging. There's very few moments where we're all just able to hang our heads out of cover and focus fire on the same enemy. No way. There's explosive drones. There's tanks that never stop shooting, that never reload. There's warhounds that are breaking into your territory. There's chungas that are constantly pushing forward. There's status effects. I mean, all these things are designed to suppress you. And if they're not suppressing you, they're suppressing your ally, right? So like this fantasy that the developers have come up with, that we have to have this dynamic scaling because if we don't, then they're going to be too strong. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. Yeah, and sometimes you cruise through legendary enemies and, you know, you burn it in 20 minutes. Awesome, right? And then other times you don't. But a lot of that isn't because of the enemy's HP, it's because we've done it so much we haven't memorized. Our godliness has nothing to do with damage. Our godliness comes from the fact that the devs have not delivered any new content in a long time. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we're godly. We're godly because we're not godly, but we look strong. Let me put it that way. We look strong when we're clearing, you know, District Union Arena in 18 minutes or 17 minutes or 16 minutes. We look strong. And I'm air quoting right now. You can't see my fingers, but there's air quotes. Listen to I'm breaking wind with my air quotes. Right? We look strong because we memorize the fucking content, because we're playing the same missions over and over again. So we look strong. Striker looks strong. Striker is not strong. There's a good percentage of people that will never believe me on that. I get that. This is a matter of perspective. You know, go play another game that has a different philosophy on player power fantasy, and you will realize that Striker is pretty fucking weak. You know, it's the best we have, and it's the meta because of that. You know, it's because we don't have anything else. And then they flattened it even more. So they didn't take tools away, but they made the best tool for the job less best. Can't put it any other way. I don't think there's any more to say. I think that's it. So, I think that was Dispatch's question. None of this has to do with nerfs or buffs. It has to do with dynamic scaling. I think. So let's read it. I think your question was up here somewhere. I'm scrolling up. What did he say? He asked about enemies, and then he asked, what would you... what would it take for you to feel, quote, strong? And I mean, that's relative, but that's it. It's the dynamic scaling. It's horrible in this game. So I think the best, I feel like I'm going to put this on the screen here. And so, because it's a good question, and I think I just finally got to that answer. I think that the dynamic scaling in this game makes it worse. So the enemies are very bullet spongy. There's no doubt about that. And the player data says that the best scaling is the one factor, right? The solo factor. And that's why the majority of the players... Well, this is what happens. If you don't think the one factor, basically the base HP levels, is good, then you quit and you don't play the game. So we're beyond that. So there's data that has told the developers that, and they say, hey, we're sticking with it. Okay, so here we are. So from there, like, of the players that we've retained, you know, what does the data say there? Well, the data says that they prefer the kill time and the power differential in the solo gameplay. That feels right to them because of the amount of time they're playing solo versus co-op. Why is that way? You know, and so I think that's what the data is saying, is that the scaling, well, and I could say that too, the scaling is horrible. So they're already bullet spongy, right? And then it gets worse as you add more people to the team. And the problem is that there are other things that make this game difficult besides that ridiculous HP on the NPCs. They hit really hard. They never reload. They're out of cover a lot. They push forward on you while they're taking mags to the face from all four players, and that guy isn't even a tank. He's an average grunt. An average grunt with no body armor is coming at you. Your whole team is focus firing on him, and he still punches you in the face and then wipes your whole squad and then teabags you. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, that's the 4-man experience in this game. Now for Legendary, it actually softens up a little bit when you look at the scaling. It's crazy. It's almost not as bad, right? So, and if I remember right, the numbers are not as bad when you're looking at the Legendary scaling factors. Am I remembering that right? It might just be on a particular NPC. It might be on the elite. I can't remember that data. It's something like that. There's something about the scaling in Legendary that is less than the 4-man. Let me put it this way. 4-man Legendary, there's something about it that is not as bad as 4-man Heroic when it comes to the scaling. And I can't remember what it is. I think it's the general health pool I think that's what it is. I know that's a factor for sure, 100%. Because if you go into a legendaries are only missions, right? Legendaries are only missions. And so the quantity of elites and legendary missions is quite a bit less than the quantity of heroic open world, right? 4-man heroic open world. Now, heroic missions are quite a bit easier, like way pretty easy, I gotta say. It's probably the easiest content in the game. But that's a lot of why Legendary doesn't feel as bad, just because there's a lot of red and purples running around too. But when you go 4-man heroic open world, I mean, it's just pure elite madness, right? The point is not whether it's achievable, whether you can do it or not. The point is it just doesn't feel good. It's not fun. It's annoying. It's a pain in the ass. It's not appealing. It drives you away. You know, and so I know I'm speaking from my experience too, but I don't play 4-man open world heroic. I just, you know, people are saying, "Hey, can I play with you?" And I'm like, "Nah." You know, I don't do that heroic group up shit unless there's a global event, you know. It just doesn't feel good. It drives me nuts. It takes away build diversity. You have to run all red strikers. Whoops. What did we just say? Right? The game is driving the behavior of the builds. It's not because it's overpowered. Right? You get me? So if I'm in a group, then I have to resort to builds that are like that. Right? Not always. But, you know, the all red striker build is the best bet when you're running 4-man heroic, you know, and you park it in cover and you hold it down. You don't have to, but it's really appealing, right? Because of how the time to kill scales up so much. It's like that's a painkiller. It's a painkiller. You know? And it's not a very good one. It's like a Tylenol. It's not a Vicodin. You know what I mean? It's not an Oxy. That's a Tylenol. So it's not even a very good painkiller, but because you're losing a lot to run that all red striker build. You end up having to run a revive hive, and your friends having to pick you up sometimes, and you know. And so I think the best solution for the Division 2, and this is never going to happen, and I'm not from a pessimistic side, but it would be a big change, and we're too late in the game. But I think they should get rid of dynamic scaling. It would be the best thing that could ever happen for the Division 2. When you run a 4-man squad, you're going to feel stronger. The group is going to perform. You're going to perform better. Content's going to go faster. When you run solo, it's going to be harder. So when you're looking for a challenge, you run it solo. You run anything solo. It's a challenge. It's more challenging to run solo than to run in a group. For me, that just makes sense. And it's kind of more immersive that way, right? Like even like if you look at the Division little mini series that was on Netflix, like, you know, it shows the characters, the individual actors, you know, they're on their own and they're doing their thing. And then they have this main objective to take out those Rikers, right? And so they group up to take on this thing. Because why? Because what did they say? Isn't it a saying? Strength in numbers? Not in the Division 2. Because if you group up, the content groups up too. So it's not strength in numbers. You know what I mean? So what's interesting is that they've somewhat, I mean, like it gets really bad in some places, right? So like Countdown. So Countdown's really casual. So there's that, right? Okay, so that aside, it doesn't feel very good though from a build time to kill perspective, right? Now the good news is you can run in there with a pretty a build that leans almost purely to DPS, and the reason why is because there's so many other people in there. You can just kind of use them as decoys, right? And then shoot first, kill first. Otherwise, but the reality is that I mean, when you're out there in Countdown and you get caught alone, which happens a lot because you're running around doing objectives, and then one of these doors opens up and 16 NPCs that were all cuddling in the closet comes pouring out. You know what I mean? Like, your time to kill is so bad you don't even have a chance, right? So you either have a tank DPS build that can get you out of there so you can absorb enough damage to buy yourself some time to move to different cover until your backup shows up, or you're dead. Because any all red DPS build isn't gonna last 1 minute. And the reason why is because your DPS doesn't change NPC behavior. So although you might obliterate 1 or 2 enemies, the rest of them are still gonna be pushing forward at you. That's not gonna scare them or stagger them. So they're just gonna keep coming forward at you, and then there's just too many for you to handle. So it just doesn't feel good in there to have so much HP, the pool of enemies to be so big, but it has to be to maintain the division standard, because they have a standard that they maintain, right? That power differential, and they scaled it up to 8 players now. So there's 8 players. So instead of the typical 4-man scaling that we saw on screen, it is now 8-man scaling. And that's why raids can feel difficult. So we always laugh because we say that you could stand at a door. All you have to do in raids is stand at a door, point, and shoot, right? So just run whatever fucking build you want. And it's not that easy, but we say that a lot. It's not that easy. The reason why is because what we're ignoring when we say that is the fact that NPC, that just purple NPC that's coming out of that door. So, you know, like sometimes it's 2 purples and 1 elite. That's not a challenge in heroics so much, right? Your time to kill is good enough in a 4-man squad to handle that, just standing there out of cover. But in raids, there's 8 of you. So they scaled those NPCs up to this 8 of you. So your time to kill is not as fancy. And so you get mowed over. Again, same thing, you know? So there's mechanics, but the hardest part about the game is for players isn't the mechanics, it's ad control, isn't it? What's that, you know, when you run it in its team and, you know, that's the part that's always like, man, where's the ad control, man? You hear, I mean, obviously it gets memorized and it all becomes easier eventually. But the biggest problem for new players is ad control. They have a hard time controlling the ad, and that's why. Because they didn't bring any real challenges to the game. They just created more HP on the 3 enemies that you had to face. Lazy. I mean, in a raid, in my mind, it should be chaos, man. I mean, there should be enemies coming at you left and right. I mean, you should be just, your gun should never stop shooting. It should be overheating. The barrel should melt. You know what I mean? And that's why I don't really like these raids. It's just like in our raids, it's like the experiences is like you're having a really hard time managing 3 dudes that come out every couple of minutes. I mean, that's just, you know, that's lame. That's the Division 2, you know? That's because our NPCs are so damn tanky, right? Sorry for just sitting here and making you stare at my character. So, you know, there's ways we can manage around this, and we're full copium here, right? And I'm a coper in the Division 2. I have coped with this game for many, many years. And for one, I love what's my saving grace is I love marksman and sniper builds. Designated marksman builds. It's one of my favorite ways to play. I would say like I like that more than even sniper builds. And so designated marksman is you're kind of like you're like moving with like a tactical rifle, but you're on the go, but you're one-shotting everybody. Does that make sense? No more than 3 shots, like whack, 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 you know? And so where snipers, you're at range, it's 1 shot, it's crack shot, you know? Don't miss, right? But I like tactical snipers because you get tactical marksman or designated marksmen, because you get that exhilaration because you're in the trenches doing all of that shit, right? You're fighting at like 15 meters. But you can reach deep too, right? You can reach deep too, but you're agile. You're more agile, and I love that. And so that's been my saving grace, is what I'm trying to tell you, is because I love that style of gameplay. And when you're one-shotting elites, you don't feel the bullet sponginess, right? It's not about Determined. It has nothing to do with Determined. I've been doing this before Determined, right? But Determined makes it better, right? And so that allows me, because snipers are so strong, and then I've learned how to, and I've coped. And so one of the copes is that this has been a long time ago, but I started no-scoping with my snipers. And so I said to myself, this is back in the day, but I said to myself, like, I really love sniping. I always have. But I also really like running and gunning. And how do I bring both of those to the Division 2? And so I started creating my... what build? What did we call those builds? You guys remember those builds, right? It was a whole series we created, but there were no scope sniper builds with the Memento. And it used to be with the White Death, right? Okay, switching to this pistol that we're about to try out. Hold on, let me kill her with this first. Let's see which pistol. Okay, it's not going to take out a boss, but let me try somebody else first. This guy. Not strong enough, huh? 8 million? I think we need to put on the D&H chest. Maybe that'll help. So like I was saying earlier, like I think that I would have been probably, I wouldn't say frustrated, but bored of the bullet sponginess. It just gets old if I didn't love headshot builds so much, because it just just look. I didn't care he had 13 million. One bullet's one bullet. You know what I mean? And so it's been pain man. That's what I call pain management. Pain management has been my one-shot kill builds. Yeah, this pistol is not strong enough. We need a D&H chest. Yeah, so that saved me a lot for this game. And then it's opened up build diversity too. It's continued the build diversity program, because one-shot builds are so strong, you can start adding armor and skill tiers and other fun stuff like that. But with a lot of our builds, that's always kind of the task at hand, isn't it? Like, we're always looking for ways to, what I would say, work around the issue, right? It's not like, hey, let's find a build to, enjoy this game more. It's sort of like, hey, we got a problem, we need to solve it. What's the problem? Well, the enemies are really bullet spongy, right? So we need to build. I know I'm kind of dumbifying it, but we need to build to fix the problem. And so that's the never-ending quest of the Division 2, is to come up with a build that fixes the fundamental issue of the game. And it's like that we need to feel good. We need to feel good about our power against this overwhelming force. The Nemesis does a good job. And I think, it's a double-edged sword, because I also wonder if we didn't have that problem, would we care about build diversity? Or would we care about builds at all? To a degree. Because you're like, oh, I like damage over time builds. Those are the builds I want to run. The build challenge should always be there, I think. I think you always want the build challenge, right? Like, hey, I want to make this build good, and you don't just want to put something together that's already good. It's nice to have something to master, to work through. Go kill this guy in my crane jacket. My crane boots. My fake crane boots. I'm not wearing the real ones. Please don't send me another gunner. I'm tired of fighting those fucking gunners. Oh, there he is. Chump. I mean, that guy I just killed right there, as an example, he's over 30 million in armor, approaching 40 million. That's one guy, and there was two of them I killed in that little series. Now, one guy is approaching 40 million in armor, and I had to kill two of him. That's 80 million in damage on two enemies. How much armor do I have? Well, it fluctuates, but at the moment it's 1.8. Probably reaches 3.6 million, give or take. But my point is that that's craziness. I mean, that's including his helmet, right? His helmet's got 18 million of that or some shit. He's got an 18 million helmet. That's crazy, right? I mean, it's all a little unnecessary, you know, to be that high. All I'm saying, in the end, all I'm saying is, you know, take it easy, devs, you know? Take it easy. We don't need our average grunts to have 40 million in armor. We just don't need that. Helmet or not. 20 mil, we're cool with 20 million, man. The game is still going to feel hard at 20 million, I promise. Yeah, I was thinking about that, Spoons, like a minute ago. Earlier I said like if somebody swooped up this division formula, I mean, the Ubisoft is sitting on a fucking gold mine here, right? Like, this game has got so much potential, and it's just this game has so much potential. Sorry, burping in your ear. This game has so much potential, it's just mismanaged, right? And so, if somebody like rebuilt this game on a different IP and just and filled in the gaps that massive studio isn't filling. Man, I think somebody made a video about it. I didn't watch it, but I saw the title. I think it might have been, what's his name, McGuns or something like that, maybe, or the other one, Daddy Gamer, one of these guys. I think it was Daddy Gamer. He's been putting out a lot of videos lately, but I didn't watch it. But I saw his title, and it said somebody else needs to make the Division 2. And I agree. That'd be my number one wish, is not the Division 2 to die. I mean, I don't even wish for Division 3. I wish that somebody else would manage this game. I wish they sold the IP to a different studio who would care for it and love it better. You know? I mean, part of the changes that they're making now that I just kind of find it ridiculous, because for the life cycle of the game, it's not about the nerfs in any particular nerf or buff or anything like that. It's just like, really? Like, that's what you're worrying about in a game that that's just went through a server consolidation. Call it, for performance reasons if you want to, sure. But you can't deny that that it's a coincidence that these performance enhancements happened at the same time the game sprung a major fucking leak in its player base. Not a coincidence, not in my eyes. I mean, I think the game is bleeding all around, and come on, dude. Switch to my pistol, please. The studios, the company, the corporation is bleeding all over the place, not just the game. And so there's pressure, right? And there's pressure saying, hey, you're losing players. We've been taking a loss in this game for years. Consolidate those servers. You just took the biggest dump in players we've seen since 21, right? I mean, fuck. And that's what they're worried about. They were worried about Striker. They think that's the bigger issue. And I don't think I'm alone here. There was a comment from Nothing But Skills, and then Cold Boy commented on it. Remember Cold Boy? On Twitter. I think Nothing But Skills put it out, but he said something like something about the PTS, this and this about the PTS. He's saying like it was all right. I mean, it's all right. But the part that I want to mention here is really that he said, but I don't think any of this is going to bring players back. Including me, basically, he said. Something like that. But and Cold Boy basically seconded that. He's like, yeah, this isn't going to bring players back. I was just hoping for so much more or different, And I think that's the point, right? It's just like, again, just off the mark. Now, a lot of people are excited because we haven't gotten anything for so long, right? And last season was shit. And so it feels good. Anything feels good when you're coming off of such a shitty wave, right? Okay, we're going to switch to D&H. We're going to need that. We're basically 2 seasons of shit and followed by years of shit. So anything feels good at this stage, right? And so I think that's where some of the quit crying, babies, about the nerfs thing, you can't make everybody happy. Go play a different game. All of that attitude, that's coming from the people that are like, I'm just happy to get anything, But there's a little bit of coping going on there, and a deniability. And I'm trying not to be that guy. I'm trying not to deny the truth and the real feelings that I have about this game, Which is I love this game, and I want something new too, because I'm desperate too. I every day log in and try to figure out what to do next, and builds is my go-to, man. I love builds. If there's nothing else to do, let's work on a build, right? Play the same old content. I can do the same old content a bazillion times as long as I got more builds to work on. And I got infinite ideas, man. Just keep working with me, game. And every season they're supposed to bring us gear, and 2 seasons in a row we got no gear, no exotics that were worth even running. So it seems a little ridiculous to just be to say that nothing is wrong with the game. It doesn't seem like, and I'm not saying that I'm always right or anything like that, but it just seems like, not everybody's on the same page. I don't know how to put it, So some people are going to be that way. But my point is that I think the dev, I don't think they're well connected, and I think this is a good sign, I think this is a really good example of like, wow, you just really not on par with what the community needs. I mean, fuck that rifle, that scope thing. I mean, look at this guy, he's right in front of me. Yeah. What up, Honorium? That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing. It's not what we need at this stage. Bad or good, it's not what the game needs. They need to I don't think they needed. I don't think. How do I want to say this? I don't think that they wanted to do. I don't think they should do anything drastic. It's too late in the game to do that, and nobody trusts these developers. They haven't, and they've lost the communities. God, it's so annoying. See all that bouncing around? Those missing shots are because he's so tanky that he's taking 100 bullets and he's getting bullet bounciness because of that. You know, that's just like one of those things that's like, if he wasn't that tanky, he wouldn't be bouncing around like that. It shows how fucking tanky they are. They're reacting to the impact of the bullets, you know? And it makes it hard to land a headshot, but it's because he's tanky. It's all related. Anyways, and so I just don't think that, you know, it's crazy that this is the move. I'm not talking about the modifiers. I'm talking about the nerfs and stuff like that. Like, that takes major developer analysis and cycles. You know, they made a lot of decisions there in tweaking and you know, testing and stuff internally, whatever. You know, that wasn't just one swoop and they were done. That's a lot of development dollars that went into that. There's impacts there, and they had to make sure they weren't breaking things, and that they were trying to be as careful as possible, right? So that they weren't ultimately destroying things, or they were conscious on accident. We'll say it that way. They weren't destroying it on accident, but some of those things was definitely saying, we do not want you to use this anymore. And we know some of you are gonna hate it, and we are aware that some of you are gonna quit, and we're okay with that. Because we know better, and this is what's good for the game. It's like, really? Right now? Right now? You're worried about our power balance? Even with the modifiers? You know? We'll see. But I'm worried about that. So I get Joy's feeling. Joy's saying, I look at things differently. I get that sometimes. Hopefully not too differently though, but I get that, you know, some people are saying, hey, you're going to feel good. Everybody's feeling pretty godly right now. You know, how much grouping up is going on into PTS? Because that feeling of, you know, the game feels decently good is all typically solo orientated, right? Where the enemies, I mean, the enemies are overtuned solo too, but you know what I mean? It's not as bad as it is in group mode, right? But it's that 4-man scaling, and this is a cooperative game, and that feels the worst. And so that's where we want that to be tested. Do we feel good in group, or do we not? Solo too, of course, but that's just 1 degree. And then, are we so godly does it nullify our builds? That's the other thing to watch out for. If we start saying it doesn't matter what fucking build you run, that's not a good thing. You're so strong, who cares? You know, like run all 4 511 pieces, whatever. 3 511 pieces or whatever. You know, that's not a good thing, right? That means we're overtuned. So there's a balance there. I just don't think I mean, I think I'm with the general gaming community when I say that I don't think modifiers should buff enemies or debuff you in any way. The reason why is because you don't have an option to select one or the without the other. So it's like, okay, in order to enjoy the season, you're gonna have to take stronger enemies on. Not different enemies, not new content, just stronger enemies. You know? And then we'll give you buffs. Okay? So you're going to make the enemies stronger, harder, and they're going to hit you harder too on some of these, right? There's some of these. There's one, Yannick was playing with it. Or there was one of them, like, if you shoot him I'm gonna probably say this wrong, but if you shoot that enemy inside this distance, you're only 10% of your damage is being applied. Only 10% of your damage is being applied if you shoot the enemy within this distance. That was one of the modifiers. And yeah, I just don't know if I like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's all or nothing on that. And I just, if that's the way it's going to be, then you know, I don't think there's a lot of people that are going to like that. There's precedence here. There's precedence here in other games. So I don't know. I guess the philosophy I'm talking about here is that it doesn't always have to be bad with the good. It can, you know, it can just be rewarding. That is okay. You earn it. So it feels weird to work towards earning to earn harder enemies. It's just weird. Like, I don't want to earn harder enemies. Why would I work to nerf myself? I mean, you're getting buffs too, right? But like, you're also working to nerf yourself, so it marginalizes that. And then, just to be careful, they're nerfing our builds too, because they don't want us to be too strong in case the modifiers make us too strong. So they better nerf our builds too, you know. But you're also you're also putting modifiers on the enemies. Isn't that enough? Can't that be enough? Apparently not. I don't know if that's a good sign or not. Right? Apparently the nerfs to the modifiers weren't enough. Our buffs are so strong that the modifiers aren't enough. That's scary. That's scary for our builds, right? Because we're invested in our builds. And so we don't want anything to say that your builds aren't important. That would make a portion of the game pointless. Yeah, no, it's interesting. It'd be interesting to see. Like I said, I'm still excited to try it all out. You know, I'm not stoked, but I'm excited we got something new. And yeah. And any one of those particular buffs aren't a deterrent. Nerfs. Any one of those nerfs aren't a deterrent, but that's a shame. You know what I mean? It's so unnecessary, and we will lose players for it. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Because it's unnecessary. It's pointless. Just nerf the community because you fucking felt like it. Crazy. All right. What up? Fearmount, did I answer your question, hopefully, in that? I think so. So late in the game? It's kind of weird, right? Like we were talking about that with this pistol isn't strong at all. I don't feel strong with this pistol at all, by the way. Makes me feel like there's something wrong. I mean, I don't have damage targets that have cover on it. I don't want to put expertise in it because it's not the one I want. Need damage targets that have cover. But it's getting buffed next season, so it'll be stronger than the D50, so it should do what I want it to do. But I got 3 red cores here, and it's not a headshot killing in a single shot. So let's take one off. And my D50 does, so you know. But my D50 also has expertise at this stage, so I can't just do a side-by-side comparison. So let's roll this back a little bit. But why would you want to nerf yourself when I could just run the D50, right? Just run the D50, one shot everything. And you're like, well, the D50 handles worse. It doesn't matter. You're going for center mass. So you're not going to miss that many. But next season, this is going to be stronger than the D50, so it's worth looking at. And the only thing the Harvest gives us is even higher base damage. So, and they're making the Magnum stronger, if that makes sense. So the appeal to this weapon would be you get a stronger base weapon because it's buffed, and then the Harvest is giving you a higher base damage than the non-named version. Yeah, the 5X comes in, I think it's next week. It's only for a weekend. They capped it. Sorry. They don't tell you that here, though. I need to make a note of that because I think people miss that. So did you guys notice in the live stream when Yannick mentioned the 5XP event that he said it's only going to be running for a weekend? So yeah, there was some community feedback that came out around the 3X XP event that happened when the Keener Manhunt went live, or Nyx, and they gave us 3 XP for that duration. But then they capped it. So I can't remember what the cap was on that, but it wasn't very high. Maybe it was 100 levels. And so they heard some of that feedback and they increased the cap, and we were all stoked for the 5XP event. I thought they did it for the 3X. I was wrong. It's for the 5X. So they pushed the cap to 1,000. And so everybody's excited because in any other game, this is Division mentality here, in every other game, there is no cap, ever. It is, the time is the cap. The time is the gate that you have to, the clock, you're racing against the clock. I mean, but this game, they're so worried about us getting XP. It's weird. It's just weird. But so they said they're going to push it to 1,000. And so I was content. You know, I was thinking like, oh, 1,000, that's going to be really hard to achieve. But hey, there's a challenge. I'm up for it. Probably won't hit it, right? But I'll fatigue out. But a lot of people are out there. Okay, what am I going to do? I'm going to go for that 1,000 XP. That's, you know what? And if the behavior that it's influencing is people logging in more, that's great for the game. This is the kind of thinking that drives players back to the game. X-Defiant does it all the time, and every time they do, I'm tempted, and I'm not doing it right now because I'm busy with other games. But before, when they had a 5XP or 2XP event weekend, I was in there clocking in hours, man, because you were leveling up weapons so fast and felt great, you know? And it was driving engagement. It's a direct impact to player login time. So, and we've been saying, like, why doesn't the Division do that? It's so easy. It's such an easy thing to do. They're so stingy on XP. And then they did it. And then they only gave us 100 levels. And we're like, oh, that sucks. Why would you put a cap on this? Nobody does that. And they were like, okay. Let's push it to 1,000 levels. And then it's just like, and they're like, well, great. I mean, for casual players, they're never going to reach that. So it's basically unlimited. But for the diehards, well, they might reach that because they want to milk every ounce of XP during a double XP or 5XP event. They want all of it as much as they can. If they're going to stay up for 24 hours playing the game, then maybe that's what they do. Who are you to tell them not to do that? Who are you to say, nah, we're not going to let you do that? We're not going to let you play as much as you want to play for that XP. You know what I mean? Like, why would you do that? And then why would you do that? You know, that's not good for your game. I mean, if people want to log in more hours, encourage that with their behavior. It's not like Descent, right? Where Descent encourages these long, low quality of life gameplay hours, and then it's not repeatable. You know, it's not rewarding. You don't have that feeling of reward. This is, because I am after XP. You're giving it to me 5X. I can go as long as I want to get it. Juice, squeeze, right? Squeeze, juice. Juice is worth the squeeze, right? And you know what you're signing up for before you even get into it. It's going to feel great. But then during the live stream, they announced that it's only for the weekend. And so that 1,000 cap is just got, you know, smaller. It's not that it's a 5X weekend, that it's just for a weekend. That doesn't bother me. You know, most of these events are usually just for a weekend. It doesn't bother me, but it doesn't say that in the event up front. I mean, unless I'm missing something. No, it doesn't. You know, it just says coming soon. You know what I mean? So you're planning your whole fucking week around this 5X event just to find out that it's only going to last a weekend. And so my point is that it amplifies my point, which is why the cap. What the cap is at this stage is irrelevant. It's the point of the fact that the devs felt like they had to. They felt like they had to put a cap on it. It's the point of it. You know? It's like, it's sort of like a backhanded compliment when somebody gives you a backhanded compliment. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. It's not a compliment, but you know what I mean? It's like, it's just like you complimented me and you insulted me. Like I don't walk away with a good feeling, right? Like I don't walk away with a good feeling because it's just like, yeah, you complimented me, but it was also, you were also insulting me. It's like that. It's just like, well, you're giving me a reward, but you're kind of saying you don't want to. You don't like that you're doing it. You know what I mean? It's just like, we're going to cap it. It's just like, we're going to give you the feeling of unlimited XP so that you can shoot for the moon, but it's not, the moon doesn't exist. It's not really there. You know, it's, so you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to hit the 1,000 XP. I'm not. You know, but it's the point that they put the cap there. I'm not trying to get nitty gritty, you know, and I'm just like, I just roll my eyes is my point. You know what I mean? Like, I just roll my eyes at the devs on this one. It's just like, really, devs? Like, honestly, come on, just let go, man. This game is old as fuck. Let go. Let it go. Yeah, it'll work for anything, man. Any character that's level 40. So as long as your mule is level 40, yes. But why would you run it for the mules? Because your 5XP is going to work. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So, yes, this will translate to your watch. And as long as your watches are linked, then all characters will benefit from the 5XP. If your watches aren't linked, well, once you link them, then, yeah, that 5XP will then, they will receive that benefit delayed. Crazy, right? Welcome to the Division 2, Bit Fury. The devs like to give us things to talk about. It's good to have something to talk about because most of the time it's silence. So we're gonna try out this new build. Let's go. Well, I guess the modified version. Let me reset this. Yeah, Bit Fury, man. I invite you to check out the door, man. Like, this channel might not be for you because there are other content creators out there that they're gonna polish the turd for you, man. You know, but I've made a promise to this community. Like, I'm just, you know, I'm not gonna not say the truth. You know, you might call it complaining, but I call it real talk. So I don't have to be everybody's cup of tea. Yeah. I mean, there are content creators that will cover the PTS for you and not say it's bad. One thing bad about it, they won't give you any constructive feedback. And if that's what you want, a lot of them are like that, man. They're out there for you. They're out there. Trust me, they are. Everything, it's always good. They're on the devs team. You know, they're never gonna say anything bad. I'm sponsored by the devs too. I'm on the I'm a Ubisoft partner. You know, but they don't tell me that I have to only say good things about the game. And they don't tell me that I can't love this game and be disappointed by some of their decisions, you know? I mean, what is that? You know what I mean? Like, we have a serious topic. I don't get, it's an interesting comment. You know what I mean? Because I like it. I like it because it's just like, you're not alone. You know, there are people that are insulted when you talk bad about the Division 2. And I'm not talking bad. I'm giving my feedback. That's what I do. It's a gaming channel that covers games. Good or bad, the words should be real, honest. You ever see those videos that say honest reviews? It's kind of like, well, shouldn't your reviews always be honest? Or should I have to be careful by not sounding like I'm complaining? You know what I mean? Like, whatever it is, whatever you want my tone to be, it's real talk, you know? And if you don't want to hear it, if you only want, you know, bubbles and bunnies, then I got some channels I can recommend to you. There's plenty of them out there that will not say anything bad about the Division 2, even though it's glaring. And if you read their comment sections, you'll see comments that are saying like, I can't believe that you didn't mention this or that, and that you're saying that you're happy with it. That's like, because it's like, are you speaking for the devs or are you speaking for the community? And I'm not saying everybody has to think the same, but it's just, you do find it odd when some of these content creators never, ever say anything bad about the Division 2 developer decisions. It is odd to me. I find it strange too. It's just like, really? Like, you're always gonna agree with the dev decisions? Always gonna justify it? Always? Like, everyone? I find it hard to believe that anybody can always agree with these developer decisions. I've been playing this game since the beginning of time, and I just like, well, all that tells me is that they're out of touch with the community also, you know, and they're collecting a community of echo chambers, you know, and that's what they want, is echo chambers. I mean, I wish everybody agreed with me too, but they won't, and they don't. Okay, so we're barely hitting this number here, but we don't have memento trophies, but we're getting the one shots with the pistol. But I would like to have all my armor with my D50. We will though, next season, because they're not nerfing this build. So 10 million right there, no crit. But we had a crit earlier, so let's see if we can maintain that. But I won't name those other content creators because, you know, I'll let you guys figure that out for yourself. But because people are going to be attracted to the people that cover this game for whatever reason, for what they want to hear, right? And, you know, there's a lot of things I got to say, like what's frustrating about the Division 2, and where even for me, it does come off as less constructive feedback and more just complaining too. Like, you know, that's the part where like I take that seriously myself, is that it's not because of what I'm saying. It's because it's falling on deaf fucking ears. You know what I mean? Like, the developers do not really listen to feedback, and that's not complaining. That's facts. You know, when they say log into the PTS, so I saw this right on Twitter. They're saying log into the PTS, try out the new stuff. You know, we want your feedback. It's just like, really, 3 days, massive changes, and you're expecting real feedback to come out of that? And it's just not reality. And I've never seen them really, I mean, only a small percentage of the time have I seen them actually adjust things coming out of the PTS. Usually what you see in the PTS, it's baked, right? And there'll be a couple of tiny changes, but any changes that really happen are just bug fixes. You know, that's like, so you use the PTS as a testing server, like for functionality, not for community feedback. That was bullshit what just happened. They forced misses. See, it's amazing. Like, even with determined, like, I missed 3 out of my 6 shots. That's crazy, right? They're standing right in front of me. Even with determined. But yeah, so it's just like, and so that's why I myself, I don't give too much feedback enough. I don't give feedback enough because it's exhausting to be talking to nobody. And I'm not saying to the community, I'm talking about the devs. It's like, the only time I felt like the devs were listening was when Morty was running the ship. Was piloting this sucker. I mean, he was actually on our streams. I think he was the best lead. He was temporary, but I think he was the best lead in the game since the game launched. I mean, how often do you see Yannick jumping in on streams? I mean, I think it has happened, but it's pretty rare. You all went the other way. I saved the boss for last. Tyrone, what up? And so, yeah, we have a limited opportunity to complain right now because I get exhausted, man. Like, these guys don't listen, and we know that now, you know. And that's why the best I can do right now is just not give him my money, right? And this is a Ubisoft partner saying that. I'm a Ubisoft partner saying I'm not going to give him my money. I'm not buying season passes and apparel, and I love apparel. I'm a dork like that, you know? And so I'm not doing it. Because until they start showing all basic, and it has nothing to do with nerfs or buffs. It has to do with the devs communicating. They could show active listening better, then I'll start spending on the game again. But I'm not going to buy a season pass until they do, or any gear. And that sucks because I've missed out on some cool outfits. Like, I like that suit. I think that's pretty sick. It's my style. I'd be running around in the suit killing people right now. Not gonna do it. Which reminds me, I'm a little bit worried about next season's pay structure. They haven't gone into that. We know there's a rewards track. I doubt it would be really bad taste for them to make you pay for Seasons 2.0 as a whole, right? That'd be bad. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. So I don't think they're going to, but just saying that it would be bad if they did. So it's usually limited to a battle pass. And then any perks, right? Related. But the battle passes usually have free items to them. But with this one, what's interesting, and the reason why I even mention it, is because of how do I say it? The reason why I mention it is because of the way the reward system apparently is going to be broken up now. So instead of it all being on the battle pass, some of those rewards are going to be within the 7 missions and the objectives that you complete to unlock your season journey. So, but I assume technically that can be managed the same way Battle Pass can. You know, you got free rewards in there and you got Battle Pass rewards, paid premium rewards, right? So it should be that easy, but I don't know. Something to keep our eye out. I'm not pessimistic about that or anything like that. I think they haven't made too many controversial changes around that stuff or implementations around that stuff. So it should go as usual. Industry standard though.
You are here to discover the deepest truth about yourself. It's alright not to know the answers. They will come to you when you least expect it. When you trust in not knowing, you will grow beyond detection.
Oh, I hate that big guy. Oh, he staggers like a mofo.
Where I was searching for the meaning,
Oh, good. Showed me that back.
found
Good
myself
boy.
instead.
All right. I get it. You're shooting me in the back with your M870. So, do you know that our base damages are linked to the enemy's base damage? Not many people know that. It's not something that I've tested, but other people in the community have. So this came out. It wasn't something that I even thought about until Project Resolve, and that's when it came to my surface or light. I think it was Project Resolve that brought that to our attention. Maybe it was before that, but yeah. So, you know, when they're running an M870, its base damage is the same as our M870 base damage. So when they buff it or nerf it, the NPC receives that too. And so everybody was saying it came up because they had given us a buff to these weapons, and they were like, you do realize that the NPCs just got a buff too, right? So they're now going to be hitting you harder. And I think that was even more of a subject because they took away our health bar from our watch. And so we felt that punch a lot more. And so you could feel it more because we had no more health. And so you would notice you were dropping just a little bit faster. You know, you'd go down you'd have less grace. Oops. Bad shot. Billy! Thank you, sir. Yeah, we're borderline here, and we're in a 3-3 ratio with red and blue cores. And no protection from elites. Not that you need it. I mean, our XP farm build was overtuned, for sure. Like, it was all way 30% armor on kill. Now we only have 20. But it's enough, you know, because of all the bonus armor on kill we're getting. Which is less, but it was all very excessive because we could. And we'll be able to do it again. Yeah, so I'm excited to feature this build.
We need to lock down the area. Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Jesus, dude. God. Get out of my bubble. See, I mean, their melees are worse than his fucking gun. Oh my god. Alright, alright. I won't use a pistol. Jerk. Yeah, things are spicy on their Twitter posts too. Jesus Christ, this melee. You know, if I remember reading this right in the notes, I thought I saw that this pistol was going to have the talent on it. Did anybody else read that too? Do I need to go look at those notes? I thought it said that we're going to get 20% more damage on kill or something like that. Jaco. What's up, man? Good morning, I think. I'm just thinking, when I look at some of these things, I just think of these weird nerfs. Like, do you guys think that Cheska's nerf is weird? So Cheska's nerf is 13.5% is going to be the new, or 6.5% is Cheska's nerf. That's just weird. It's like, why not 7%? Can we just round up? We don't round up in this game. My bad. Yeah, my bet though is that I mean, they might make some nerf adjustments. I'd be surprised if they did though. I think they're just gonna let it roll. Rip it off like a band-aid. And I'm, you know, fine. I think just let it roll too. I mean, literally rip it off like a band-aid, because it's not any particular nerf. I mean, I don't agree with it, but it's the concept. It's just like you guys missed the point, right? You missed the point. Like, it wasn't nerfs that we needed at all. It wasn't rebalancing. You went rebalancing in the wrong direction. Like, it's the player feels underpowered, you know. And he wants more power, and that's why he was wearing all striker, not because it was so OP that it was undeniable. No, you missed it. We're not running it. It was so OP, it's undeniable. We're running it because, God, these enemies are so freaking strong that it's the closest thing to realistic that we have, and it's not. Yeah, the oral mag and the speed, it takes off its differentiation. But one of the things is, like, you know, I just think that also it's, you know, they have to consider the expertise system, you know, and they did. They're not dumb. They did, and that was an acceptable loss for them. Think about that. Acceptable loss for them. So, yeah, they're not dumb, and they thought about the expertise system, and they figured it was an acceptable loss for them. Why? Well, it's because they didn't experience the grind that went behind leveling your weapon to 15, 20, 26. Multiple weapons to 26. In fact, everything that they nerfed are the things that people invested into. The Scorpio. If somebody asks me, hey, what's worth the expertise? Here goes my list. The Scorpio, the St. Elmos, the Ouroboros, the Nemesis, the 1886, the D50, right? Now, not 100% of those things were nerfed, but most of them were, right? And so we're talking about a global hit in cost and time wasted. And it's not that the expertise doesn't exist anymore, but it's like, it just, any feeling of improvement just got pulled back. If it was me, and it is, I would abandon the expertise altogether at this stage. I'd be like, fuck that. After that, that's the last time I'm investing 3,000 exotic components into anything. They're just gonna fucking take it away. And then, and to the point where they don't take away the expertise, they take away the weapon, right? Well, no, they're not, Tux. They're not taking away the weapon. They didn't nerf it that bad. Well, wait. Then what's the fucking point? I'm asking you, what is the point? Why did they nerf it? To change behavior. What's the behavior that they want to change? Too many people are using St. Elmo's. Too many people are using Striker. Well, what's the dev's way of influencing that behavior? Well, making it less appealing, right? Well, the way they're going to sell it to you is like, we're not making it less appealing by nerfing it. We're making other things more appealing. Think about that. That's a twist in fucking words. I mean, I get it. That's what they're saying. That's what they're doing. But you could just make the other you get that they could just make the other things more appealing without punishing your weapon that you invested in, right? They don't have to nerf the St. Elmos. They can just buff the F2000. Their idea was to bring them closer together, right? That's what they said. So, I mean, these are Yannick's words here. He says, look at it this way, he said on the stream. He said, it's not that we're not just nerfing the St. Elmos. We're buffing, we're nerfing some weapons. We're bringing some weapons down and we're bringing some weapons up so that these things get clustered more closer together, right? So they're all just as appealing, you know? So the St. Elmo's is still going to be maybe, right? I'm just using this as an example, but the St. Elmo's maybe is still going to be stronger than the other weapons, but now they're just closer. So it's not going to be as stronger, right? But the question you have to go back to is, well, why? Why are you doing that, right? What's the objective? And, you know, did they meet that objective, right? So the question is, what's the objective, right? They're breaking the metas, right? They're swinging the metas. So they're trying to get players to play something else, whatever that is, anything else, right? So that's the objective. I mean, so that's, if it doesn't do that, then why? Right? It was too strong, and then it was too strong. We were crushing content too bad with it. I mean, now, I know some people, and me myself, like, I even think, like, oh, well, this is all because of these modifiers, and we're going to be so godly because of these modifiers, right? Right, that's fair. That's a fair way to think about it, right? That's being fair to the devs. Be like, well, they're not doing this in a vacuum. This is because we're going to get these modifiers, and, you know, we're going to be strong, and, you know, you don't want, we can't be too strong because then the game will be dumb and boring. Right? That I could, you know, I can cope with that. But the part where I struggle to buy it, I mean, I can say it and I can think it, but do I buy it or do I feel like I'm lying to myself? Is that, well, is it weird that the only things that got it, that took a nerf are the weapons that basically, and the gear that basically everybody loves the most or uses the most? So they didn't go through and rebalance everything. Right? I mean, not really. I mean, the striker, the Ouroboros, I mean, like, it's the best things that we have. All were the ones that took the ban hammer, I mean, the strike hammer, the nerf hammer, right? Like, that can't be a coincidence. It's like the XP thing, you know, it's sort of like that. It's very similar to the way that panned out, right? So the look at it. I mean, if we just rationalize this a little bit, the players in a looter shooter are always going to seek out the meta. And I don't mean the meta as we sometimes use it, but I mean like the most effective tactic, the best way, okay? Which, just to dumb it down, is usually the fastest way. And that tends to be power in games like this, especially when the only thing standing between you and the finish line is 800 million in health pool. So if that's the only thing standing behind you, well, how do you cheat through that fast? Well, DPS, right? Damage per second. Obviously survivability, but we've proven many times that time to kill is the biggest chunk of your survivability. So you got to survive, but get damage. So we're going to end up seeking damage. It's always going to be what we seek. So, and it kind of came, and it was like that with the XP thing too. Like, we're always seeking that damage, and the best way to get it was through XP, through leveling up, through resources, leveling up our gear, leveling up our watch, and now the expertise. And so we aim to seek for XP farms so that we can ultimately get the best gear in the game, which would ultimately drive to the bigger goal, which is more damage. And the most, again, meeting the meta, the most effective way to get through content. Coming up with that. So with the new changes and nerfs and buffs, the objective is still going to be the same. We're still looter shooters looking to find the most effective tactic to complete content, modifiers or not. And so we're still looking for the new meta. So, I mean, we'll put them out. The new strongest SMG, the new strongest assault rifle, the new strongest whatever. So there's always going to be a meta. There's always going to be a most used weapon. I mean, perfect build diversity across the community doesn't really exist. I mean, I get it. We're all idealists. Me too. In that way, I wish we all perfectly diversified our gameplay across many different varieties of builds, but it doesn't really happen. There's always a meta. You know, there's always something used a lot. And so they're just shifting it, right? But the problem still exists, so it's weird. And so but on one hand, that's why the meta shift is a good idea, right? Because if the meta stays the meta for too long, the game gets stale. So it is good, right? It is a good practice. But saying that is, to say it just like that without bringing in all the other factors and current events is, you know, not fair. But it is, you know, it's good practice. You got to shake up the meta. Nerfs and buffs are important to manage the game and to keep to give another weapon the shine of light. Otherwise, you know, the game just becomes stale. Everybody's running the same build, and people will leave because they have nothing else to play, and the experience is the same. You're playing the same missions with the same build now, right? And so it's not just the same missions, it's the same build. And then if they continue to just bring in stronger weapons, then the game gets trivial and it gets boring because now it's too easy. So, you know, it has to happen. It's how it happens is the difference here, I think, right? And when it happens. So we get this season's 2.0 and they were like, oh, this is a good time to shake up the meta. We just lost a lot of players because of the seasonal content, but we don't care. We got a huge community. You know? We can afford the loss. Is that her turret? She's got 2 turrets. Right? Because earlier she had a defensive turret. Now she's got this one. How did she do that? Sneaky rogues. And so I think that's where the community will be divided a lot because there's 2 conversations, right? Like shaking up the meta is good for a game. That's a different conversation, you know? So, but here, I think this conversation, and again, I got to get up to speed more with Helldivers because I think we're in a Helldivers 2 phase here. The problem is that we're not shiny and new, so our loss isn't, although percentage-wise is probably just as great, and quantity-wise it's not, right? Because Helldivers was massive. It was a massive game. I mean, in my eyes, it had the potential to be Game of the Year based on its following. And it tumbled because of their nerfs. And again, I'm not up to speed fully on it, but the gist I got was basically what we're facing here. And I think Lieutenant Buzz Lightyear covered it a lot, so I'll probably be watching some of his videos. But a lot of it was like they took the weapons that the community most enjoyed and nerfed them all out of existence. Basically, right? And so the nails that stood out got hammered. And so it's the way you're interpreting the data. And then the philosophy on how you're handling it, right? But it's like, okay, so the data is saying that the players love these weapons and the power in which they're giving them. It felt right. So what do you do with that data? You take it away from them? It's weird. You know? That's just a weird reaction to it. It's old school, I feel like, you know? God, that's a long jog. I hate this jog. Can I fast travel into this one? I think you can, right? Yeah. Yeah. So, anyways, like I hope the season's fun, and you know, I mean, that's what we want, man. We want a good season. And the gear looks cool, you know, ish. I'm not a huge fan of the FAL. It looks like it's still got a small mag to me. One of the things I didn't like about it, but you know, I like that they're giving the negotiators, and then what's the other one? Ongoing directives chess piece looks fucking crazy. I don't know if it's gonna last, but I mean, I think it might because the ammo's temporary. I don't know. We'll see. There's like 50% amp damage on that chest, which is like a 30% increase. Right on top. Okay, let's get through this guy. I haven't done Danny Weaver in months. I am behind. Yeah, it's gonna be automatic. It's like the first Ascendant, looks like, huh? Seems to be a trend. It's a good trend, though. Anything to help my controller not take so much beating. Which, by the way, I'm hoping they, I wish that they fixed the Ravenous. That's my main complaint about the Ravenous, is that its mechanic is switching shoulders, and it's just really hard on your equipment. Hey, you. Well, they kind of are, Goon. I know it's not the open world, but you know, we're getting that new mastery rank. It's just on that one mission. Good and bad. Wow. Really? Love missing shots for no reason. Dragonfire. Right on. Welcome. Discord's the spot, man. What are we, 8,000 strong right now in there? Jesus Christ. Come on, lady. All right, let's go inside here. Hey, you out there in the cold, getting lonely, getting old. Can you I know, they nerf Striker again. I hope they don't. I actually prefer Heartbreaker than Striker. It just wasn't as good. And the problem, here's the deal. The problem wasn't the damage. The problem was you could only get that damage from the pulse, and I don't think they changed that. So it and the only way to get a pulse is by shooting them on the head, and that pulse doesn't last as long. But I think they did something there so you stack faster. But ultimately what happens is that the best way to run that, just realistically, because it was a pain in the butt to stack, is I gotta open something here. Basically, run the technician specialization. And so it just really cut into your build diversity. You're like, oh, I have to do that. I have to, there's one of your skill, well, it's one of your mods in your weapon technically. So it cut into your weapons because you couldn't run exotics because they can't run that pulse. So I mean, there's workarounds, but workarounds aren't the same thing, right? As a good build, always, you know? So, you know, you have the other pulses that aren't as good. And then you have the drone that can scan, not as good because it rotates. So, you know. So, it's sort of like what they did with the rifle, the exotic rifle, the snake one. You know, they improved it, but it's sort of like, yeah, but that wasn't the real problem. The real problem is that it fundamentally, it picks targets for you, and that's never a good idea in this game where they're coming at you from all angles and you got multiple waves. Yeah, so some of those are attractive, right, Dog Soup? Like, I'm excited to try that. I'm excited about Negotiators. Stronger's better on Negotiators is great. You know? We just did a build on it recently. Can't remember what it was. But it's a good gear set. Always has been. It's old as shit. And so some of the arguments around it is like, well, you know, I mean, like when it comes to soloing content, it does a pretty darn good job, doesn't it? And very helpful in team stuff, especially when you have an annoying guy hiding in cover. You can still take damage. So yeah, it's a really good gear set. And I think that probably how I'll run it will be with the new assault rifle, the FAL. I see a synergy there. Because the FAL is like, you kill one guy and all targets within 20 meters are basically debuffed or buffed. They're buffed. You're buffed, but they're basically debuffed. They're going to get, you're going to get more amplified damage to those marked targets. And it grows the more people you kill. So that's good. So you can be killing multiple targets, and as you do, your damage is going to go up, right? And it caps, but either way, you can be strong. And you'll be able to clear that herd quite fast. So, I mean, I think that's exciting, you know? Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, some of the new content looks good. I think the holster looks decent. I mean, it's not my favorite thing in the world. I have to have this switching weapons mechanic, but it's new. It's simple enough. It should work. It's basically versatile in a holster. And that's exactly what they did. Basically, the whole season is versatile, right? So, which is a backpack talent. So they've taken that backpack talent and turned it into a season. And so there's lots of synergies there. One of the downsides, the question you got to be asking is, well, why isn't versatile super popular if, you know, if it's so good, right? Like, why aren't we all running versatile on our backpack? Well, the reason why is because the best and most consistency is really why. And a lot of people probably realize that it's not very consistent on most of those other weapon choices. The one that you can basically force to be consistent is the shotgun and the SMG combo. The problem with that, and what nobody's going to talk about, but the problem with that is that on those particular weapons, it's usually wise to run bonus armor. The best way to get bonus armor is from your backpack. Except for Heartbreaker. Except for Heartbreaker requires you to run a pulse, which limits your selection on SMGs because there's only a couple, I think maybe two, that can put the pulse mod on. And SMGs aren't the best, or shotguns, at landing headshots. And if you are landing headshots with your shotgun, they're probably dead after one shot, and there's no point in pulsing them. So that's why versatile isn't very popular. It's all the survivability slot is really key there, right? Can you do it anyways? Absolutely. You can. It's just harder. You know what I mean? It's not a bad choice. It's a great choice. I've done it plenty of times early on. But the reality is it's harder. You know, you usually don't need damage on those weapons too much. The ones that are plain, SMGs and shotguns, we got some good SMGs. I mean, the reality is SMGs took a nerf, but before the nerf, at least, I could honestly say there wasn't really a bad SMG. I mean, you could almost, I mean, there is, but you could pretty much pick up any SMG and feel pretty good about it. I cycled through many of them and enjoy it. I hope the Umbra buff is really good. I do. I don't use Umbra as much as I wish I used Umbra. Multiplicative. You know, I agree with you there. I'm excited about that one. I hope it is. Now, I don't think it'll change where I use Umbra, because I can imagine, like, imagine using Umbra in the zoo on Legendary, you know, as an example. That's the kind of content I wish I could use it on. Or imagine using it in Tidal Basin on Legendary, you know. So like when I look at gear set changes, for the most part, I hope that if they're DPS centric, that they'll stand up against Legendary content. Eeks, thanks, man. Appreciate you, brother. Hey, you. We got a raid, Chivo Hunter. What up, Chivo? You know, so... Oh, I should probably have my count on here. Is the one? Yeah. So, like, I want it to hold up there. So, I mean, it's stronger, so it's got to be better than what it is now, right? So that's good. The problem with, of course, they all have their issues. Everything does. Striker had less. But Umbra, of course, is positioning. And just imagine using that one where you have to get out of cover in a Tidal Basin type mission. It'd be hard, right? It'd be hard. Did I buy all three? Did they go into my stash? I thought I only saw one. Maybe I opened them all and I just didn't pay attention. Probably what happened. Doing good, man. How are you? I just got the Sacred Imperium, so I'm doing a hell of a lot better now. Do you notice? Okay. Here's a perfect example of where the devs are way disconnected, right? So they buffed all the rifles and they buffed and nerfed some of the MMRs. But notice there was nothing on the Sacred Imperium. Now, they did buff the base weapon, so that's probably going to translate to the legendary version. Base damage and reload and whatever else they did to it. So there's that. But it wasn't really damage that was the problem. It's just stupid, right? Like, nobody's using this weapon. That again, isn't that a form of data that they can interpret? Isn't that a form of data they can interpret and then drive that data into changes in the game? So if they want us to use the Ouroboros in the St. Elmo's less, which I got leveled at 19 and 20, so I'm disappointed too. Expertise. Wouldn't one way to do that is to improve these weapons we're not using that look cool? Like the Sacred Imperium looks awesome, right? Look at it. It looks like Kylo Ren's helmet. I fucking love that gun. The look of it. But like, this is a meme weapon. Like, we joke about this weapon. Like, we don't like, do you trust the devs? Well, just remember the Sacred Imperium, right? We never forget the Sacred Imperium. We will never forget the Sacred Imperium because it is one of the worst designed weapons that we've gotten. It's really bad. And then we drove in that feedback in the PTS. We said, this is no, right? And then they launched it the way it was. And then like 2 or 3 patches later, they came around and decreased the time it took to market target, but it's still horrible. And so it's just like, well, yeah, that didn't change any behavior. How do you feel about that change, devs? I want to ask the devs those kind of questions. Like, how do you feel about the change? How do you think, did it change the behavior that you were, did it change as much as you hoped it did? And if not, what are you going to do about it? You know, and it's sort of like, it's your fucking problem now, community. That's kind of their attitude about it. You know, if you don't like it, that's your fucking problem. It's sort of like, well, you know, you could just say that's like, hey, we're not done with our changes. We need to do more. Let's rework that talent. We never forget. Never. That's a perfect example.
Technology.
It's called Mooncake. Billy. Mooncake. Okay, so we got that dude out of the way. All right, well, the new pistol, you know, it's all right, but let me find these notes. Let me find these notes from the devs. Like, I swear that they said this pistol was... gonna have a talent on it. Yeah, was that on their main website? Probably. So I'm gonna go over there. I gotta check this out because I'm confused. I mean, not picking on the devs. Oh, thanks, bro. Thanks, Jacob. Not picking on the devs. Not being hard on the devs as much as I already have been. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, it does say that. Okay, it's not a talent increase. I thought it was going to be the talent. So it's just an increase of damage and then the rate of fire by 18%. Okay, got it. I was going to say, if you have a reward for an event, you should probably make sure that reward is working. And I think it is. I think 502 sounds like it's higher. I'm not sure if I have another Magnum in the old stash, but let me see. I've had to delete things. Stash space issues. It's possible we're going to get a new addition to our stash space at some point. Not confirmed, but they had reserved space on the servers for the seasonal characters. And since they canceled that, they have some choices they could make, and they're determining what that's going to be used for. Could be stash space, we don't know, but so the base damage is let me just equip it. So there's the base plus your build, which is what we see there. Why aren't my eyes seeing the base damage? Wasn't it right there in little white parentheses before? Or am I missing it? I'm going blind, maybe. Probably staring at me right in my face. I think it's on these though. Let's look here. The base is 190.4. Why isn't it on the weapon? They should show it on the weapon. Didn't it used to be there? Am I crazy? So 190.4 is the base. But now I can't craft this harvest. Maybe it's here. Weapon image. Let us change weapons. Sorry, I haven't had to look at base damage in a long time, apparently. We're seeing what the damage calculations are. I mean, I believe it's right, but I want to see it. That's weird. I swear there used to be a white parentheses next to that 502 right there. Is it something I did to my UI? See if I can craft a moon cake. I don't know. You can't though. Pretty sure it's a one you got to farm. Yeah. Lame. I don't know what's going on. Options. Show base damage. There it is. It was my UI. I knew it. Yay. Gives you a cleaner experience. Okay. So the harvest base damage is 272.2. 274. And then this one is 221. Or 190. Can we compare? Yeah. Okay, so 190 to 228. That seems more like more than 20%, doesn't it? Which means it's probably multiplicative increase. Because wouldn't it be less than 220 otherwise? The base damage there, if it was just a flat 20. Either way, it's good news. We'll take it. And then the RPM is less. So it's as advertised. All right. We can rock it. So, and then it's going to get a buff next season. So right now it was working, but I had to lose some armor cores and then put on the D&H chest to get the reliability out of it. And so next season, this is going to be stronger than the current state of the D50. See, not everything's bad. And the Tux approves because I like the revolvers better than the D50. Faster reloads and 1.3 second reload. This one's not bad though. What is it? 1.6, yeah. But faster reloads. It's a smaller mag, of course, but you're reloading all the time anyways because you're one-shot killing. So it's like, and the reloads are so fast, it's not a pain point. So it's like kill, reload, whatever it is. So yeah, I'm excited. Good change. Too bad my D50 is level fucking 19 though. I think that we need to rethink the, you gotta complete all the steps in that project, which they're all pretty easy. You should be able to do it in a single session. Tech. Welcome in, Tech. I just saw you jump in. And then it just unlocks, but be careful. It'll automatically show up in your stash. So just don't accidentally delete it, because that's what can happen. But it's a basic run through. And if you haven't done any of the projects, you can do them all in a row now. So they unlocked one per day, basically, or every 12 hours. But if you're just now getting into the projects, then you can just do them all. You can just run them through. So there are a variety of things like, complete 4 projects in this zone, take out this control point. There's nothing unusual about them. So just put on whatever build you want and go do it. And then it'll just show up in your holster. It's the last thing, I mean, in your bag. It's the last thing you get, though. And I don't remember actually seeing the notification, but there probably was one. Otherwise, you're unlocking this outfit along the way. You know, I didn't realize, I was just thinking right here out loud. Well, now it's out loud. I was thinking not out loud, by default. I was thinking not out loud that, you know, this Jade outfit and the full moon outfit. I know you're not seeing my screen. Let me see if I can show it to you. Where are you? Screen show button. There we go. So on the left is the Jade outfit, which kind of looks cool, but that's store only. I didn't realize that. That one's kind of neat. I mean, kind of. It's Super Kung Fu, the TV series. I mean, this one is shown. Oh, sorry, you're not seeing it. But the outfit on the left and right are in the store. But that's the outfit on the left of that picture, which is the Jade outfit. 830 credits, which isn't bad. Kind of. We've seen worse. Is that for the full outfit though? I don't know. Yeah, it is. The jacket's kind of cool. I mean, I could do without the pants, and the shoes are, I mean, they're coordinated. Anyways, I thought that was gonna be part of the project, but apparently not. We got this one. There was we got a weapon die though. Yeah. I like the gloves that we got with that last apparel event. The skin, what is it called? Yeah, I'm an apparel dork, so you guys know. I like apparel. Odia goes. I like the blue halo that they put on it. You know, you have me at neon. Put neon on anything, you know, some glowing effects on anything, and I'm sold. Except for the Sacred Imperium. That one, no. That one, no. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna miss my St. Elmo's. You know, I agree that, you know, not everything is nerfed to the ground or anything like that, but you know, with what they did to the status effects in the game, it was a little underwhelming, the St. Elmo's, but I was just appreciating the large mag and the nice mods at least. You know, I was like, well, you know, at least it shoots, and the weapon handling is good, and it's got a big mag, and so the shock isn't so awesome anymore, but it's still there a little bit. So you see, and then those are the parts they took away, and so I do think this weapon, they definitely changed the behavior on the St. Elmo's. I'm not sure a lot of people pay attention to the detail about the diminished return on status effects, but you know, so it wasn't much of a discussion that this weapon was nerfed last season, but it was. I think the Picaro's holster and Obliterate took the hardest hit. Obliterate was meta before they buffed it, and what was it before? Was it 15%? The old? No, I think it was the same damage, and all they did was increase the time, and so now they decreased the time and the damage, so it's worse than what it was before the buff. So before the buff, it was 25% damage, but it only lasted for 5 seconds. And so for me, I wasn't super happy with Obliterate. I ran it because it was all we had, but I always look for another reason, another chest talent. I always look for one. because I was like, I don't like that 5 seconds. I feel like I'm always starting at 0. The next enemy I see, I'm like, oh, I don't have my obliterate. Great, let me build it up. So I build it up, but he's dead by the time I get to cap, and then then I got to go run and find another enemy. By the time I did, it was gone again. So it was only kicking in when you had a horde of enemies coming out the door, which is helpful. But again, I really like reliability, and so things like spotter were nice, but you know how that is. So anyways, the problem wasn't so much the damage, it was the time. And so they increased the time and kept the damage the same. And so it was a major improvement, and it was needed. Like, I think any of the 5-second buffs are just ridiculous. It's just like nothing happened, you know? It's like it's only good when you're blitzing the door and you don't really need it at that stage. You know, if you're standing there blitzing the door, you didn't need it. So it's, you know, a little consistency would be nice. So they took the consistency away, and then they took the damage away. It's like, well, please don't take away both. I think I would like the obliterate time to stay up at least. Like, fine if you can take a little bit of damage, but the 10 seconds is like, it was really needed. 5-second timers suck. Can you believe they buffed the I mean, I don't think it's gonna make it OP or anything like that, but I don't have it here. The backfire, right? The backfire has always been underwhelming. So it's just like, it's got so, you know, 200% crit damage. Wow. So they put more crit chance on it, so that's good. And then they're double the rated stacks, so we're gonna get there faster. Same damage though. They gave it a little bit of an increase in crit damage on the mod, but otherwise it's just a little. So we're gonna get there faster, which means it'll be easier to maintain those stacks, or you're gonna have that damage more often, is another way to say it. So that's good, but it makes it easier to use, but it doesn't change the build too much. Just looking at it in a vacuum, and it doesn't take away that underwhelming feeling, right? We all had, there's something wrong with, I know what it is, but there's always that feeling like there's something wrong with the backfire rating. I mean, how can 200, I mean, I could put together a build with like 400 and something crit damage with that gun, and how come it feels so weak, right? So there's reasons. Oh, thanks, Dragon. I don't think I am, Dragon. But the full, I commented on it during the video, or I don't know if it made the edit. But I'm not excited for the, yeah, I noticed they did the SVD and then the other two high RPM marksmans, but you know, the handling on those weapons aren't super great. So, you know, the faster you shoot, basically the more you miss. I mean, I guess it's not horrible. I mean, I don't mind it. But I've tended to, I found like, I mean, maybe it'll help, maybe I like it. This is just, you know, from a bird's eye view here. But, you know, with the Dread Edict, for example, the mastering the Dread Edict was never really, for me, about its RPM per se, but the RPMs helped. It was more about the shot cadence. You know what I mean? Like, it's like 1, 2, 3. It was like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's the cadence on the Dread Edict. The reason why is because if you're not killing them on the first bullet, then it does a damn good job at staggering that enemy. And so if you shoot too fast, if you don't mind the cadence, then if you just go 1, 2, 3 as fast as possible, that second and third shot will miss because of because he staggers, you know, and that causes you to miss unless you're just like fucking king of mastering moving head staggering situations. But it's always found, like, for me, it was a 1, 2, 3, you know, like really fast, like that. It was literally like that, because the one he would stagger and his head would come back, and then by that time it was 2, 3. And so it's a little muscle memory, right? Like, you just learn that. And sometimes it was 1, 2, 3, 4, or sometimes it was 1, 2, 3-4. I mean, whatever it was, whatever your way is, depending on your trigger sensitivities or your mouse or whatever. You know what I mean? You might be able to squeeze in an extra shot or two, but so that's why I felt like it's more about the cadence. So does RPM matter in that situation? It does, right? The 1 and then the 2-3, it does, right? You get that 2-3 out faster, which can mean less misses, right? Because if he starts to move, you can get out that third shot. So you got the 1 and then the 2-3. That third shot out faster, so the spread of those bullets will be less. So in theory, you're landing both those shots because you're getting them out faster. So it can help. On the other hand, looking at it the other way is that it might not matter at all because, you know, what's a microsecond in a second bullet, right? Microsecond of time in a second bullet, it's going to land either way. It might be a negligible difference. We'll see. But in general, yeah, I like it. I mean, it's a good quality of life thing. Especially on rifles, though. I mean, I'm pretty stoked about the M1A coming back. The cooler needed a nerf. Oh, I'm sorry, Jacob. I didn't see that you wanted to see the build. There you go. Everything's headshot damage. The red is all headshot damage. Otherwise, this is built for the gun, the harvest, and then I'm running. I mean, it's got crit damage because that's all I got. I understand it's not dropping from the hoarder yet, so. But you want determined. I mean, you're gonna want to invest in this weapon. I'll tell you that right now. You're gonna want I can't believe I'm promoting expertise. But okay, let me blanket that statement real quick with, or how should I say? Let me asterisk that. Here's a footnote to this comment. Okay, there's a few builds where expertise actually matters. And most of those are headshot builds. And the reason why is because for every 15% in every 15% expertise you put on your weapon is the potential for you to put on a different mod or a blue core on your build, which is great for these types of builds. So 15% damage, 50% expertise gives you 50% damage on that weapon, which allowed me to put on one more blue core. 30% expertise, 2 blue cores, and I'll be coming out with the same damage as I'm doing now. Or you put on the expertise and then get an increase in that damage, but it might not change your performance because the next leap up is basically 20 million. So this build hits at between 10 and 12 million right now. So between 10 and 12 million, this build hits. And then if you get the next enemy to reach is coming in at about 20 million, give or take, right? And that's your, like, many of your average bosses. They're going to come in at 20 million. So 30% expertise is not going to push the build to 20 million. It's just not. So basically, get 15% expertise and just leave it. Unless you're on the cusp of damage, then you can start edging it up a little bit more. You're like, oh my God, I'm 1% off of damage. Then you can add 1% more to your weapon. But for the most part, that's how I look at it with these headshot builds. And so 15% damage buys me a blue core. And then the reason, we know armor isn't that valuable in this game, but these builds work off of bonus armor. That's the real drive here. So that's why I want the blue cores. The blue cores give me more bonus armor. Is it 15% more? 10% more per blue core. So it really adds up. It really adds up that bonus armor. So that's what I'm really after with the build. So the Hunter's Fury gives me armor on kill, which is a little helpful. I'm not really into that, actually. I'm really running Hunter's Fury for its amplified damage. So pistol range, right? 15 meters, 20% amp damage just for standing there. I mean, you see other people running like Fox's Prayer Contractor's Glove pistol builds. I don't see why you would do that. This one just gives you that buff just for standing there, and then you get Disorient and Armor on Kill also. Hunter's Fury is a really, it's probably, I think it's the pistol set. So it works really good. You know, it gives you everything you need. I mean, with this, you don't even need the memento if you don't want to. It's just, I like it. It also gives me damage, and then armor regen, and lots of defense that comes with it. I'm really after the defense for it, but you can easily just run adrenaline rush if you wanted to, but you're gonna miss out on damage too. So the backpacks give me 30% more damage, and then I'm picking up 5% more per red core on kill when I grab the trophy. So it's another 20% stacking on top of that 30. So 30, 50, 70. You can do the math. It's not giant leaps of damage, but it's nice. You don't need it. Again, the gap is to get you're either hitting at 10 or you're hitting at 20. There's really nothing else in between, unless you're running directives. So that's why you want the padded damage. You might as well, because if you're running things like what do we call that directive? Sorry, I'm forgetting names. Getting old and I'm losing names. What do we call that directive? Ragers. I always forget Ragers, actually. That word, there's something about Ragers. I always forget the Ragers one. But yeah, Ragers gives them, this temporary buff to their health situation. So that's where the padded damage, extra damage comes in handy. So although you're not hitting at 20 million, edging up your damage can help run directives. And this is an XP farm build, not in its current state, but when I finish it, it will be. I mean, I can run XP with this and it will work. I can run all 5 directives and it'll work. But the objective of this build ultimately will be able to run all armor cores, because my XP farm build, the point is to make you just like magically strong, right? As strong as you can be relative to the game, for the game. So it's just like, it's you could still die, you just stand there for a second, you're gonna die, right? Like, it doesn't take much to die in this game, but that bonus armor, just, man, you just out there in the open and you're one tapping everything, and it's pretty nice. And I use the rifle mostly because it's easier to build around. But the 1886 acts like a giant revolver in this game. So running the rifle and the pistol mechanically is the same in the game. It's just that the rifle's got a higher base damage, so it gives you more flexibility. So, but they both got this small mag reload situation, right? So you can run. And with the rifle, what's better about it is you can tactically reload. So I don't have to run it dry. I can shoot one, reload one. But with this one, you reload your whole mag when you shoot it. So when you reload, I mean, you don't just one reload. So with the 1886, I can put on more protection from elites, and I can do all that. Now you can do that with the pistol too, but it requires a little more balancing. So I do have a pistol build for this, and it's the D50 because it's currently the strongest in the game. But I think I had to have like probably 10% expertise to get it to be reliable. So what would happen is the damage drop off would impact the build sometimes. And it caused a situation where I wasn't always reliably one-shot killing. So every now and again, I wouldn't kill somebody. And I'd have to, start the mechanics over again. Proc, headhunter, and all that stuff. So, so I had to be cautious. So the best way to play with pistols using this build was to always stay in the apex predator zone, which is 15 meters. So before you take that shot, just make sure you see the symbol and you're just always playing that range. Just, approach the enemies, kill them, approach the enemies, kill them, which is fine. You have all the survivability to do that. And so it's really nice because then you don't have to worry about ammo. So right now, if you want to run all 5 directives, because of ammo hoarders, it's a little annoying to use 1886. So you have a reason to use pistols, because you could say, well, Tux, if the 1886 is stronger and it mechanically works like the pistol, why not just stick with the 1886? Yeah, valid point. Except when you're running 5 directives and there's ammo hoarders. So remember I said the tactically, the best way to use this is to tactically reload. So you shoot, you know, get your couple of kills and then reload those missing rounds. And then otherwise, you're gonna experience really bad reload times. It's gonna feel gross. You're gonna feel like you're always reloading. And ammo hoarders makes that happen. So every time you shoot, and even if you try to reload one bullet, ammo hoarders is gonna make you reload all 5 rounds, and then it takes forever, and then it throws ammo away, because that's what ammo hoarders does. Any rounds that you reloaded over, it discards, so you end up running out of ammo. So with pistols, you don't have ammo issues, and with pistols, you don't tactically reload a single round. So, you know, it's all good. So that's my point. Like, so there is a reason why you would choose pistols over the 1886, and that's one of them. Also, you're a little bit faster. Your ADS is going to be faster because your barrel's shorter. Really difficult to measure that. You'd have to do frame by frame. I don't care to do it, so let's just take it for let's take it for logic. In theory, let's take it theoretically. But because it doesn't really matter. It's not going to add much to it. It's just a side perk, right? So it's not worth measuring. But yeah, so I really like pistol builds. I really like pistol builds in any game. So I wish our multi-shot pistol builds were better here, but they're not. They don't feel good to run. Sebastian, blue cores in 1886. Yeah, so the 1886 is getting a buff this coming season. Let me throw that on the screen. I am excited about that because it's my favorite weapon in the game. Just all around, man. It is. It's been like that for a while. And, you know, this is one of those weapons where when I first used it, you know, like for a new player coming into the game, you're probably gonna like, I don't get it. I hate this gun. You know, it takes some time to realize it because you have to use it a certain way. Let's see, rifles, pistols, shotguns, MMRs, rifles. Here we go. It's the reloading. That part I was mentioning about the tactical reloading, it's not rocket science, but it's the solution to this gun feeling good. Because otherwise the reload sucks and you only got 5 rounds. So if you try to build a crit build out of this, it does not feel good. Right? Because you're going to always be using more than 1 bullet to kill an enemy. Most enemies, not all of them. But in heroic open world, always going to take more bullets. You only got 5. So you're like, oh my God, that sucks. You know, I'm always reloading this weapon and the reloading's slow. So let me change the scale of this. I realize that's this. Okay, let me scroll up. There we go. There it is. So I'll try to get that header in there. Cool. Okay, so 1886. So the base damage. Look at the base damage. Guys. Not all bad, right? Not all bad. So do I have the SR1 on me? I wonder if I do right now. I want to look at that. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's too... I don't know why the fuck they did that. Okay, anyways, before we get to the SR1, this is interesting, man. I mean, what is that, 80,000 different? Let's say 30 plus 60. That's 90,000 difference, give or take. 90,000 increase in damage is huge, man. I don't know why they're doing that, to be honest with you. I mean, there's a formula they're using. I don't know what it is. But it's a relationship to the amount of rounds this weapon has, I think, and its reload speed. So there's some relationship there. Anyways, they increase the rounds, too. So you might be seeing... And they increase the optimal range. You know... Not that it even needs it. Optimal range has not been a deal with this game, in this game, as far as achieving damage or not. It's rare it becomes an issue. I've had problems with it, but it's rare. And so them making such an emphasis Oh, Mitso Magic, I appreciate your sub there, bro. Just saw that. Thank you. Them making a change to the optimal range is and an emphasis on it like they have, it kind of worries me. It kind of makes me feel like it's going to be a thing we're going to have to pay attention to now. It's kind of been nice not having to. I mean, I'm not against it. It's reality, and it should be a reality in the game. But, you know, it's going to be something. But, so anyways, the reload looks worse, right? But it's not necessarily. So the reason why the reload looks worse is because they gave it more rounds. And the way this weapon works is that the reload is calculated per round. So if the question is, did they really nerf it? I'll have to pull out the calculator here. So if we take that 2.6 seconds and divide it by 5 rounds, that's basically half a second per round. So if we times that by 8, I get 4.16. So it's actually buffed. So it's, I mean, I think they couldn't present that. I mean, they should have maybe made it a different, they should have had a third color and it should be yellow, but they made it red because it's either a positive or a negative, right? That's all we got here, positive or negative. And it's negative, right? The time went up. So they gave it a red, but the reality is it went down. So the number is greater because there's more rounds to reload. And the way it reloads is right? So that's 3.47 seconds. But at the current rate, the reload per second, it should have pushed it to 4.16 seconds. So they increased the mag, but decreased the reload time per round. So it's a buff. Doesn't look like a buff, but it is. And so if you're tactical reloading this weapon, like you probably should be, then you're not gonna you're gonna rarely get to the bottom. But when you have to get to the bottom, you're in an advantaged position. You got 3 more kills in the barrel, in the mag. So you got 3 more kills, and so that's survivability. So, I mean, in most cases, I try not to get to the bottom of the mag, so I don't have to do a full reload. So I'll shoot as many as I need to, but you know, it happens a lot. You know, like in between engagements, I reload. That's when I do it. So it's gonna take a little bit longer, and you run a little bit slower when you're doing that, but it's a good change. It's a good change. I'm happy with that. That's a great change. And there's a lot of these little nuggets in here. I know we've been talking about all the negative stuff because that's worth our time. But, I mean, look at this M1A change. I mean, 205 base to 231. I mean, that sounds like where we used to be with this thing when it was king. We had a video talking about it, right? Remember when the M1A was king? Not so much anymore. And then, they buffed the reload time too, because that's good, because the reload did suck and everything else stayed the same. So it was just a pure buff to the M1A. I mean, back and forth we go, apparently, right? like it was nerfed 3 times, this weapon, and then they're buffing it. So it's weird, right? The philosophy is like we overtuned it. Anyway, so that's a good one too. Some of the other ones I don't care. I mean, they nerfed the ACRs just ridiculous. Why do you think they did that? Can anybody take a guess? Kuda Snake, you just got to complete your projects, and that harvest will automatically get into your, it'll just be in your bag. So the project is called Mooncake, and there's multiple, they're just tasks. Do this, do that. There's a series of them. You can do it in a single session. Yeah, I'm excited. Okay, let's look at the SMG. I mean, the MMRs. Grumpy brought up the SR1, and I was kind of disappointed about that too. I mean, that's quite a nerf. So the SR1 lived a very short life at the top, but it's always been top 4, top 3, top 4 snipers. But for a minute, it lived at the top. Did it deserve to be there? It didn't. It didn't. I mean, the fact that here on paper it was outperforming the M700 is crazy. The M700 should be stronger. I mean, they're similar weapons, but it should be stronger because the M700 is a version of the Model 700. But the Model 700 should be at top, right? It brings all the pain with it that a meta or the strongest sniper should have, right? Slow reloads, all that crap. It's got a horrible reload on it. They buffed that reload, by the way, a little bit. And they decreased the damage on that, but again, what behavior are they trying to change? Because it's not like we were abusing the Model 700. The SRS takes a hit, which hurts. And same with the SVD. That one taking a hit hurts, and the 308 hurts because, I mean, these weapons were just on the edge of things, you know? But we got the new talents. And we got the new gear set, so it, you know, we'll have to see what happens. I don't like the SRS nerf though. I mean, it felt good at 440. It took a lot to one-shot chain kill with the SRS. On first shot. On first shot, I'm talking about. On an elite. On a red guy, yeah. But solo, heroic, you had to like perfect your build to do that. So I think if you're fully investing in your build, then yeah, you should be able to one-shot an elite solo off the cuff. Of course you can with headhunter stacks all the way. So I mean, it took full rolls into that, and so I just, you know, the RPM isn't crazy. There's nothing crazy about this weapon's handling stats that tells me it shouldn't be able to do that, but they just took that away from us. Will we still be able to find a way to do it? Yeah, I think so. But it'll be temporary because we're going to rely on those modifiers, I'm pretty sure. You know what I mean? Short-range modifiers with the sniper. Hello. So yeah, I'm going to be excited about the no-scope club. I think somebody just mentioned it. Was that you, Sebastian? Yeah, I'm a no-scope sniper guy. I haven't done it in a while. But I like that. I like that. I was talking about it earlier. I used to run the no-scope White Death. It was really fun. You don't need to, though. I learned over time that you're wasting a lot of damage, and so you could power down your sniper, and that's where the SRS came into play. And the 308 and the SVDs, because I realized I was like, shit, you don't even need all that damage. You don't need it. No-scope sniper, very fun to play. It's wacky, only in the Division 2. No, but the reality is I like my rifles there to be able to play that way. And so I'm excited and hoping that's what we get this season. Out of the M1A especially. We built a build for that based on the movie Tears of the Sun with Bruce Willis. And so on his squad, he had this designated sniper who was actually using an M1A. And I was saying, this is my favorite way to play. And I wish I could play that way. Let's see if we can. And so we built a build out of the M1A's current state to do that. And so now that build is going to get better. And so running around one-shotting fools with an M1A is going to feel great. And it looks like we're going to be able to do that, because the elements in which we used to make that possible weren't touched with this patch yet. So, you know, so we're talking headhunter, headshot damage. I think we were using determined on that. We had at least 1.1 million in armor. I used the memento, you know, stuff like that. So none of that was changed, and it's going to get easier, which means what I'll be able to do is equip the same build and then just put on more armor so that we can spend more time doing the activity of running and gunning like a designated marksman kind of does. And then have the shielding, because you don't want to actually run a shield, but you can. So if you needed to, that's the difference with a regular sniper. Like a no-scope sniper, you can't shield. With the M1A, you can. And if you guys don't know, I'm sure many of you do, you can hip fire with an 8x scope and still get your damage and not actually have to scope when you're in shield. And it's extremely easy to do, especially when you're running determined. Do I have that gun here?
You are here
Yeah.
to discover the
So let's show you how to do it.
about yourself.
I'm sure a lot of you already know this, but so put this on, and then you can run an 8x scope like I am.
It's all right not to know
And
the
so
answers.
basically, let's pull
They will
this
come to
target.
you.
So the reason why this is a thing is because there's not a lot of people that like scopes, which you're crazy. No, but I get it.
Trust the not knowing. You will grow
Okay,
beyond
so
protection.
let's just earn it. Oh, we don't have any buffs in here, but let me just pull it down so you can see how this works. I'm not running a M1A build, so oops, sorry, too much. Let me just keep it on normal so you can see. Let's kill this dude. Okay, so what you do is basically you just pop your shield, and this, if you scope in, you're scoped, right? But you don't have to with the M1A, right? So as long as you got the shield, so we're still getting our 30% headshot damage, but now I'm able to run around killing dudes. Or missing like a crazy man. I mean, there's a distance range where this becomes not realistic anymore. And then I don't have the right setup, but for like a Hunter's Fury build, which is what we're running and which is how I use this, you know, you basically can step in front of a door or in front of an enemy or whatever and just basically hip fire. You're basically hip firing. And still get, the point is you're still getting your 30% headshot damage. And you're going for center mass and one-shotting everything, right? So extremely easy to do. You still have to activate, so you'll get a couple of real headshots. You need two. One with your, you know, strong sniper, and then you switch to your rifle, get another one to activate determined, and then from that point forward, you're running around, getting inside 15 meters so that you don't miss a bunch of shots, but you don't. And it's not a big deal if you do, because you got tons of ammo with rifles and you can spam the trigger. So there is no accuracy. There's no reason to be accurate. You know what I mean? Because you got tons of survivability. I mean, of course you want to be. I'm just saying that there's no real pain point to the missing. So, and you don't really miss that much because you're within a range where it's just pretty straightforward. Not all these shots register on that target. That's funny. But anyways, yeah. So this is what you're avoiding, right? But we run it because that's 30% headshot damage is hard to deny, I should say, because that's 3 headshot damage mods on your build. Think about that, right? That's like buying 3 more of these slots at the cost of one 5% measly crit chance slot. What else are you going to put there on a headshot build? Well, I mean, you got the handling thing, you know, which isn't really needed on this weapon. So what else are you going to put there? I think there's a small, yeah, you got this one. There's 3% headshot damage. So that's your logical solution. I mean, you can take stability. You can put stability there or weapon handling. It's fine. I mean, this thing doesn't have a great reload, so it's not a bad choice. But that 30% headshot damage is great. But yeah, like Grumpy's saying, the reticle sucks. And it's funny because it's like that reticle goes everywhere this 8x scope goes. In other games, it's like that too. In X Defiant, it's like they gave it the same exact reticule. It looks the same. It's funny. It's like, are you guys the same guys in the Division 2 making this game? I think so, right? Jokes aside, I think it is. Anyways, but there's lots of little tricks in this game like that, right? Like, it's fun to learn that stuff and try it out, and sometimes it's a big game changer. If you're looking to add more armor on your build, but you need to maintain your headshot damage, this is a good way to do it. And you're running your shield too. And just what you don't want to do is be doing a lot of this, right? And what I'm doing is jogging with my shield. You're so slow, you're just absorbing damage, and that's not a good thing. By the time you get to where you're going to be, your shield is relatively worthless because it's taking so much of heat along the way, because you're just taking a bullet here, taking 3 bullets there, taking 4 bullets there, and it just adds up, and your shield becomes really brittle. And then you're dizzy, and then you can't land any shots, and then you're dead, and then you're right foamed, and then they burn you, and then the control point hero never comes and picks you up. And then you have to respawn, but it doesn't let you respawn into the control point. You have to respawn in a safe house, and then you have to run back to that control point, and then it's all overwhelmed and chaotic over there. You're like, so, you know, the turd rolls downhill. I know, shooting range. We don't spend enough time in this place, huh? Hey, did you guys see that what do you think the date is? I know the tentative date on the going around is October 22nd. Do you think that's going to be the date? That feels, or let me put the question this way. Does that feel a little stretched out to you? Because when I look at our calendar, I don't see that much time on our calendar. So that tells me, so this unlocks in 2 days, which is Tuesday. That's the 23rd, and it's going to run for a week, which puts us basically to October 1st. It's just round. So that tells me we're going to have 22 days of no season. Season's over at the end of this one, right? Well, there's this. These were supposed to overlap. It looks like this date changed, though. No, that's the same. Okay, so like, but these are gonna overlap, so this doesn't extend the season. So it's gonna overlap with Golden Bullet. He didn't mention that. So yeah, I mean that tells me we're gonna have 3 weeks of no season. So we haven't had a gap in seasons in a while. There's usually only been like a day or two. Yeah, I know, Ash. I was kind of... There's situations, though, where sometimes if he is fighting there, it doesn't let you fast travel back. I mean, it doesn't let you... I mean, you don't have to run. You're right. You can fast travel on him. But but what I would like to happen, like my point is, this is kind of side note here, is that you know how like... So you're fighting in this control point, and you die, right? And you're like, shoot, you can't travel... You can't go from death. Like you know, it says, what do you want to do, basically, right? And you're like, well, you can go anywhere in the game, right? You can go here, you can go there, you can go to that safe house. But what it doesn't let you do is fast travel back to the control point you just died in. So you have to fast travel to a safe house, respawn, and then fast travel to the control point. Then you can fast travel to the control point, right? And I always found that annoying, because sometimes it doesn't let you, depending on where that control point... This is weird, but if you guys been playing this game for a while, you know the situation. Sometimes that control point hero gets caught fighting the enemies on the outskirts of the control point. And so the game, for some reason, doesn't see him as an active participant of that control point, so you can't fast travel to him. And so there's a fight going on here. You were there. You died there. And so it doesn't let you fast travel on him. So you end up having to fast travel here. And then I have to run all the way back. You know, and I'm like, oh, I hate that. And so what I'll end up doing and I'm pointing at this control point because this is where it happens the most. Or it's where it's the biggest pain because it's such a long jog over there. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just not going to go back to that control point. So I reset my map and I'll just fight this one again. You know what I mean? Because I'm lazy. My guy's late. My little digital dude, he eats too much donuts. He doesn't like that run. He gets indigestion. So these are little annoying. These are things that annoy you only if you've been playing the game since 2019, right? Like bugs don't annoy you. Like if you've been playing the game as long as some of us have, you know, then these are called in-game bugs. Are called new in-game features, right? Like that reload quote bug was an in-game feature, you know, where you didn't get your bullet back on reload, or you'd swap weapons and you'd lose it. Like that was a feature. When a bug lasts is to a certain period, we just write it off and say it's a feature. There's a lot of those. Anyways, yeah, I better go too. It's almost 2 in the morning. I got more birthday party stuff to do this weekend. So, all right, everybody, good hanging with you. Thanks for letting me jibber jabber. I think I formulated a lot of my thoughts. I will be putting it out in a video, just trying to get to the nuts and bolts of the nerf and move on. So, you know what I mean? Just because I realistically, I don't expect the devs to change this one. I think they are going to get a lot of backlash. I think they know it. And I think they're accepting the loss in players. And so let's just finalize our thoughts and put it into perspective is what I plan on doing. It's not going to be a rant video. And then we'll move on. It is what it is. So we'll figure out our builds. We'll figure out our new meta, right? There's always going to be one. Sorry, devs. And you know what I mean? So I get what you're trying to do, but they tried to take out the XP farms. There's always going to be one. We just replaced it with a not very good one, right? So remember they nerfed all the XP in the game to flatten it all out? Well, we still have XP farms. They're just not as good. So that's all that happens from this is they just take things that were good and make them not good, but we still end up having to do it because we need a solution for what we're really after, what we want. So that's what this video will be about. It won't be a rant video, but love to hear your thoughts on that one. I'll probably spend tomorrow and Sunday making it, or try to get it on Sunday, Monday at the latest. But and then tomorrow I have a birthday, but I should still be streaming because the birthday is during the day. So all right, everybody, catch you tomorrow. Have a good night.